Welcome back, brothers, to Amalur. Tonight's story, the Orks are invading a very important Black Legion world. As always, before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
Karadrax had no oceans. It had possessed them once, before the Long War found use for the world. The seas had been drained into subterranean cisterns, poisoned by alchemical runoff, or cracked into hydrogen and oxygen to feed the furnaces. In their place lay continents of iron architecture, beneath a sky the color of an infected wound. Manufactoria covered the plains from horizon to horizon. Their chimneys rose through the poisonous atmosphere like the barrels of buried guns, coughing black vapor into storms already heavy with ash. Promethium refineries burned along the equatorial wastes. Ammunition foundries stamped bolt shell casings by the million, each round passing beneath blood-daubed icons before being boxed for the armies of the War Master. Armor mills screamed without pause as stolen adamantium was cut, melted, and rolled into plate for tanks, void ships, and demon engines. The world did not sleep. It labored. It bled. Across 6 continents, orbital elevators climbed into the rust-colored heavens, their cables vanishing into cloud banks, made luminous by distant lightning. Loading fields sprawled around their foundations, crowded with cargo haulers, slave columns, tank transporters, and black-hulled landers. Fortress zones guarded the most precious stockpiles. Trench belts surrounded the fortress zones. Minefields surrounded the trenches. Beyond them stood labor pits, corpse-rendering plants and hab blocks, where men slept 6 to a bunk and woke to sirens that sounded like the screams of tortured machines. Billions served Karadrax. Most had never seen the stars. They worked until their joints failed, until their lungs hardened with metallic dust, until the flesh peeled from their hands, and their overseers judged the loss of productivity intolerable. Then, they were dragged to the rendering halls. Bone became chemical feedstock. Fat became machine lubricant. Blood entered the nutrient reservoirs. Meat was boiled into protein paste and returned to the labor districts in dented ration tins. Nothing was wasted on Karadrax. Not ammunition, not fuel, not men. The strike cruiser Oath of Ash descended through the upper atmosphere, trailing smoke from wounds along its flank. Its armor was black, its prow marked with the Eye of Horus in tarnished gold. 3 void shield vanes had burned away. 1 engine coughed violet flame into the cloud deck, and the vessel's port weapons batteries were open to vacuum, where macro fire had peeled kilometers of plating from the hull. Chaos Lord Varrock Gal watched its descent from the observation gallery of Bastion Primus. He stood motionless before an armor-glass wall thick enough to endure orbital bombardment. His warplate was ancient cataphracti pattern armor, blackened by war and edged in dull brass. The symbol of the Black Legion occupied one shoulder guard. The other bore no heraldry, only the scars of impacts left unrepaired as a record of battles survived. Behind him waited Warpsmith Draxil Cord, Sorcerer Kairas the Ashen, and a gathering of mortal officers who had learned not to breathe loudly in the presence of the Legion. The Oath of Ash passed through the cloud layer. Its escort formation should have numbered 7 transports. 4 remained. The missing ships were represented upon the tactical hololith as pale red voids. Their loss runes rotated in silence above the gallery floor. Gal regarded them until the damaged cruiser reached the lower atmosphere. "Bring the convoy master before me." No one asked whether the order should wait until the vessel landed. The mortal officers understood that it should not. The convoy master arrived less than an hour later, dragged between 2 legionaries of the Ebon Gauntlet. He was a mortal named Savael Dawn, though his uniform carried enough stolen medals to suggest he had wanted men to mistake decoration for worth. His left arm ended in a cauterized stump. Half his face was swollen from decompression injuries. Blood had dried beneath his nostrils and around the corners of his mouth. He fell to his knees before Gal. "My lord," Dawn said, "the passage was corrupted. The empiric currents divided the formation. We lost the mercy of knives in a translation shear. The penumbral was taken by... Silence. Dawn obeyed. Around them, the loading field shook beneath the landing thrust of the convoy. Slaves moved through sheets of hot rain, guiding cargo lifters toward the descending transports. Even at this distance, Gal could see the damage. One ship's prow had been crushed inward. Another had been marked by clawing shapes from within, as though something trapped in the hull had attempted to tear its way free. "What did you carry?" Gal asked. "Gene seed caskets, Lord, siege munitions, macro cannon shells, captured armor from the Cadian diaspora, bound entities for the warforges. The surviving manifests are being..." "What did you lose?" Dawn's mouth worked before sound emerged. 3 transports. "That is a number. I asked what you lost." The Mercy of Knives carried the gene seed vaults. The Penumbral bore armor and replacement reactor cores. The Last Testament carried bound warp assets intended for Lord Kord's engines. Draxil Kord's mechadendrites shifted behind Gal with a soft chorus of metal clicks. Dawn bowed his head until his brow touched the black floor. "The warp turned against us, Lord." Gal drew his bolt pistol. The weapon was older than the Imperium's memory of truth. Its casing bore lines of Chthonian script, each letter cut into the metal and filled with the ashes of oath-breakers. "The warp did not fail you," Gal said. "You failed within it." The bolt struck Dawn beneath the left eye. His skull burst apart. Bone fragments and grey matter struck the officers kneeling behind him. The body remained upright for a moment, neck pumping blood across the floor, before collapsing at Gal's feet. Gal holstered the pistol. "Strip the corpse, return the uniform to stores, send the flesh to reclamation." One of the mortal officers swallowed. Gal turned his helm toward him. The officer immediately lowered his gaze. "Failure breeds language to excuse itself," Gal said. "Language becomes custom. Custom becomes weakness. Karadrax will not learn weakness." The transports landed. Their cargo holds opened like wounds. Servitors and slaves moved forward beneath the lashes of overseers. Gene seed caskets emerged in black suspension cradles, those few that had survived the passage watched over by armed legionaries. Macro cannon shells rolled down gravitic rails, each projectile taller than a battle tank. Captured Imperial armor followed, Lehman Russ hulls scarred by las fire, Bane blades with their Aquilas ground away, basilisks still painted in the colors of dead regiments. Last came the sealed reliquaries. The chains around them strained. Something inside the foremost container whispered through 6 layers of warded steel. The sound made nearby slaves claw at their ears. One dropped to his knees and began laughing until an overseer caved in his skull with a shock maul. Kord watched the reliquaries pass. "We have no sanctioned vault space remaining," the warpsmith said. His voice emerged from a grill fused into the lower half of his face. It carried a trace of Binharic distortion, as though another intelligence spoke beneath every word. Gal turned from the dead convoy master. "Then create space. The hab levels beneath Armory Delta are occupied. The Western shell magazines exceed safe density. Demon rounds have been stored beside conventional munitions. Their containment seals are degrading. Move them." "To where?" Gal faced him fully. Kord's armor was less a suit than an infestation of machinery. Servo arms rose over his shoulders. Bladed tendrils coiled around his legs. Cables entered his spine, throat, and skull. Within the cage of his chest, something emitted a slow, mechanical growl. "The latest slave intake has exceeded projected requirements," Kord continued. 12 labor districts consume resources without improving production. Disease has spread through the lower dormitories. Nutrient demand has risen beyond ration capacity. Your recommendation? Purge the weakest districts. Retain machinists, ammunition handlers, and furnace crews. Dispose of the rest. Approved. Kord's optics brightened. Burn the infected habs? No. Fire damages usable matter. Gal looked through the armor glass at the endless factories. Gas them. Process the corpses before decomposition reduces protein yield. As you command. The warpsmith transmitted the order without ceremony. Far below, warning sirens began sounding across 12 labor districts. The men inside did not know what the sirens meant. Some believed they announced another shift change. Others thought an accident had occurred in the refineries. Sealed shutters descended over every exit. Ventilation systems reversed. Industrial toxins flooded dormitories, mess halls, and prayer chambers. Men hammered on doors until their hands broke. Overseers watched through reinforced panes. Within minutes, the first bodies were being loaded onto conveyor lines. Gal had already turned away. A hololithic representation of Karadrax rose from the gallery floor. 6 iron continents rotated beneath a veil of atmospheric data. Fortress zones glowed in black and gold. Defense assets appeared as runes arrayed across the world and its surrounding void. Karadrax was not defenseless. 9 orbital gun bastions guarded the principal approach corridors. Minefields drifted in layered clouds beyond the moons. Defense monitors prowled between them. Compact vessels built around engines and oversized weapons. Traitor cruisers held station above the northern hemisphere. Surface-to-orbit lance batteries occupied mountain redoubts. Millions of mortal soldiers manned trench belts, gun lines, and loading fields. Thousands of Black Legion warriors were dispersed among the arsenals. Armored brigades waited beneath camouflage netting blackened by soot. Demon engines slept within warded pens, their claws chained to the ground, and their maws fed with condemned prisoners. Chaos Knights stood in cathedral hangars. Beneath the eastern continent, 3 god engines of a Legio Traitoris maniple rested within repair cradles, while Magi and slaves worked inside their opened armor. It was enough force to conquer lesser systems. It was not enough force to defend every vault at once. Karadrax had been designed to feed war, not endure it. Its wealth was dispersed, because no commander had imagined an enemy reaching so deep into the War Master's dominions. Munitions lay beneath hab blocks. Fuel reserves stretched across exposed plains. Orbital towers depended upon surface generators hundreds of kilometers away. The world was a weapon laid open upon a workbench. Kira stood within the hololith, his ash-grey robes hanging over black power armor. Tiny sparks moved beneath the parchment strips nailed to his breastplate. The outer augurs are failing, the sorcerer said. Cord emitted a contemptuous burst of machine cant. They have failed for decades. Not in this manner. Kyrus raised one gauntlet. The planetary image vanished. In its place appeared the Karadrax system, its outer debris field rendered as a loose ring of fractured stone and dead vessels. A signal pulsed beyond it. Then another, then hundreds. The sounds reached the gallery as filtered static. Engine thunder overlapped with bursts of crude transmission. Metal shrieked, weapons discharged. Somewhere amid the interference, voices laughed. Gal listened. Raiders! Kyrus tilted his helmed head. More than raiders. On the western continent, Marshal Joran Krail walked the trench line beneath poisoned rain. The water struck his greatcoat and hissed. It ran from the rim of his peaked helm in dark threads, leaving pale scars in the treated leather. Around him, soldiers of the Ashen Host stood ankle-deep in black mud, their faces wrapped in stained respirator cloth. Crucified deserters marked the parapets. Some were dead. Others still moved. One had lost both legs beneath the knee. Iron spikes pinned his arms to a loading pallet raised above the trench. The rain had eaten through the skin of his scalp, exposing bone in white patches. He turned sightless eyes toward Krail as the marshal passed. No one was permitted to kill him. Mercy was classified as theft from the Legion. Krail entered a command bunker roofed with tank plating. Officers gathered around a paper map because the local hololithic projector had failed 3 months earlier, and no replacement had been authorized. Current strength, Krail said. Colonel Vare removed his respirator. His lips were cracked and grey. 4 million fit for immediate deployment. another 9 million in reserve formations. Penal intake has provided 21 million bodies, but fewer than a third possess weapons. How many rifles? 7 million serviceable autoguns. Ammunition allocation permits perhaps 18 volleys per weapon. Crail studied the trench grid. And the remaining penal troops? 1 rifle for every 3 men. The unarmed ranks have entrenching tools. A staff officer tapped a line marked across the western approaches. If the outer trenches collapse, we can hold the second belt for 37 minutes. Against what force? The officer hesitated. The planning estimate assumes 10 million attackers. And if there are more, we die sooner. Crail looked at him. The officer stared back with the exhausted calm of a man who had ceased fearing death because it was already included in every calculation. On Karadrax, strategy was expressed in flesh. A battalion bought seconds. A regiment purchased minutes. An army might be exchanged for the time required to load a single cruiser. Crail understood that the Black Legion had already assessed the worth of every man under his command, not in names, not in courage, in delay. His vox bead crackled. Marshal, Bastion Primus requests confirmation of Western readiness. Crail looked through the bunker slit at the trenches, the crucified dead and the shivering penal ranks sharing rifles. Tell them the line will hold until it's assigned death. Beyond the system's debris field, the crippled Augur Station Penitent Watch turned its remaining sensor array toward the dark. Its crew had not slept for 2 days. Blood ran from their noses. One operator had bitten through his tongue without realizing it. Another sat before a blank screen, whispering the same prayer backward. Kyrus appeared upon the central display as a hooded shadow. Show me the source. The station master adjusted the gain. Static filled the chamber. Then came engine noise. Not one engine. Thousands. Tens of thousands. The sound rolled through the Augur station like distant thunder. Crude signals burst across every frequency. Laughter, gunfire, howled arguments. A chant repeated by so many voices that the station's speakers tore themselves apart. The station master's gums began bleeding. "What are they?" he asked. Kyrus did not answer at once. He felt the pressure behind the noise. It was not the warp, though it pressed against the immaterium. It was raw conviction given psychic weight, the accumulated hunger of countless brutal minds, all desiring the same thing. War. Greenskins, Kyrus said. The first ships emerged from behind the debris field. They came without formation. Space hulks drifted at the center of the migration. Continents of wreckage fused together by gravity, welding an impossible fortune. Kill cruisers swarmed around them, their prows shaped into iron jaws. Captured merchant ships flew beside asteroid gunships, ram vessels and crude carriers, whose launch bays gaped open to the void. Some were already burning. Others fired upon one another. 2 cruisers collided as they crossed the debris field. Armor folded. Orks spilled into space. Grapnels launched from a nearby hulk before the wreckage had stopped moving, and mobs of grots swarmed across the fractured hull to strip weapons from it. Big mech Rukgob Geargrinder watched from the bridge of the kill cruiser Mor Daka Den Sense. The bridge had once belonged to an imperial bulk carrier. Its brass instruments remained beneath layers of scrap, glyph plates, and severed heads. Rukgob stood amid a nest of cables, his iron jaw grinding as target data flickered across stolen screens. Ahead, Karadrax glowed beneath its poisoned atmosphere. Orbital stations ringed it. Defense guns covered its moons. Cargo ships crawled between the planet and the void, like insects carrying treasure. Rukgob's red eyes widened. Behind him, something enormous ducked beneath the bridge arch. Warboss Grugkrak Skullcrumper wore mega armor made from blackened plates, torn from ruined war engines. One shoulder carried the broken faceplate of an Imperial Knight. His power claw was large enough to close around a space marine. "Well?" Grugkrak demanded. Rukgob bared his iron teeth. "It's a whole world full of guns, fuel, metal, and angry black beakies. The war boss stared at Karadrax. "How many guns?" "All of them, I reckon." Grugcrack began to laugh. The sound shook dust from the ceiling. "Tell the bosses," he said. "First one down gets first pick after we smash the first fort." Rukgob glanced toward the defense grid. "They got shooty moons. Big lances, too." "Good. And fleets." "Better. And loads of black beakies." Grugcrack's claw closed with a hydraulic crash. "Best." On Bastion Primus, warning runes multiplied across the hololith. Kyrus watched them spread. "Their number is measured in billions," he said. "The psychic pressure increases with every vessel entering the system." Gal observed the Orc fleet without visible concern. "Outer defense squadrons will establish overlapping kill zones. Hold the elite vessels behind the moons. Let the greenskins commit themselves against the minefields." "You mistake disorder for weakness," Kyrus warned. "I mistake nothing. Their shadow is growing. Numbers determine only how many corpses must be burned." An alarm sounded. The outer minefield vanished from the display beneath a bloom of white fire. Something had entered the system at impossible speed. It was an asteroid, hollowed out, armored and driven forward by engines that tore themselves apart as they burned. Mines detonated across its surface. Defense lasers cut molten trenches through the rock. Nothing altered its course. The asteroid struck Penitent Watch. Millions of tons of stone and scrap passed through the station's central spine. Decks collapsed into one another. Crewmen became red vapor between converging walls. Bodies burst in the pressure wave, blood flash boiling across consoles as the station split open. For one heartbeat, silence claimed the wreck. Then the asteroid's ruptured interior opened. Thousands of Orks surged into the dying station through smoke, vacuum, and fire. They fired shooters into bodies, hacked apart survivors, and battered through pressure doors with choppers. Across every frequency in the Karadrax system, one cry rose above the static. "Waaagh!" The first kill belonged to the cruiser Malice Unbound. Its lance batteries fired as one, 3 white spears crossing the void and striking an Orc kill cruiser through its armored prow. Void shields flashed green and died. The second discharge bored through decks packed with buoys, fuel drums, ammunition cages, and squig pens. The third reached the vessel's reactor heart. The cruiser became a sun. Its hull swelled before breaking apart, hurling burning armor across thousands of kilometers. Orks, grots, and engine parts spun together through the lightless gulf. Several greenskins remained alive, frozen blood crystallizing around their jaws as they fired sluggers at the distant Black Legion fleet. No one aboard the Malice Unbound celebrated. Targeting runes shifted. Macro cannon decks thundered. The next vessel died. Black Legion warships formed 3 disciplined firing lines between Karadrax and the outer moons. Cruisers held exact station despite the debris storm thickening around them. Frigates moved through prearranged corridors, their engines burning in controlled bursts as they released torpedoes into the advancing armada. Defense monitors anchored the flanks, compact vessels built around weapons too large for their frames. The Orks came on without order. That was how it appeared. Kill cruisers jostled beside ramships and captured freighters. Asteroids fitted with engines lurched through clouds of wreckage. Space hulks loomed behind them, mountains of fused vessels dragged forward by engines that should never have worked. Smaller craft swarmed between the giants, colliding, firing upon one another and shedding pieces of hull as they accelerated. The Black Legion killed them by the hundred. Lances opened ships from prow to stern. Torpedoes punched through armored flanks before detonating inside ammunition stores. Macro shells struck with enough force to turn entire vessel sections into expanding clouds of molten metal and shredded flesh. Each destruction made the battlefield worse. Dead ships did not stop moving. They continued beneath the authority of momentum, burning and tumbling toward the defensive line. Wrecked cruisers became moving barricades. Armor plates the size of hab blocks spun through formation corridors. Fuel spread in luminous clouds, igniting whenever weapons fire touched it. Frozen Ork corpses struck hulls like shrapnel, bursting apart against void shields in flashes of blood and ice. Chaos Lord Waaagh stood within the command sanctum of Bastion Primus and watched the system choke upon wreckage. A hololithic sphere surrounded him. Black Legion vessels burned as gold sigils. Ork craft appeared in green, so numerous that sections of the display resembled infection, spreading through flesh. "Outer line reports ammunition expenditure at twice projection," said a mortal naval adjutant. "Projection assumed an enemy concerned with survival," Gal replied. The adjutant lowered his eyes. Sorcerer Kiras stood beside the tactical display. Smoke crawled from the eye lenses of his helm. Their losses strengthened them. Gal regarded another cruiser splitting apart beneath concentrated lance fire. Dead greenskins strengthen nothing. The survivors see slaughter and call it victory. Every detonation feeds their expectation of war. Their psychic pressure rises. Then we will educate the survivors. Gal opened a command channel. Boarding cadres, deploy. From the bellies of the Black Legion cruisers came torpedoes painted black and gold. They crossed the debris field beneath escorting fire, armored prows smashing through scrap and corpses. Ork gunners filled the void with rockets, tracer rounds and crude energy blasts. Several torpedoes vanished in explosions. The rest struck. One buried itself in the command decks of the cruiser Bigger Den Dat 1. Its melter charges fired. The prow opened. Chosen of the Ebon Gauntlet emerged through molten metal. They entered a corridor packed with Orks. Bolters spoke at point-blank range. Mass reactive shells entered green torsos and detonated within, bursting ribs, lungs, and slabs of muscle across the walls. An Ork lunged through the blood mist, with a chopper raised above its head. A Chosen caught the blade against his vambrace, drove a combat knife through the creature's mouth, and fired a bolt into its abdomen. The Ork exploded around his fist. The Black Legion advanced without haste. They did not roar challenges. They did not squander ammunition into corpses. The first rank fired. The second moved through them. Every junction was cleared with grenades, every side chamber sealed with fire, every wounded greenskin killed by a round through the skull. Chosen champion Mordrek Thane led the assault. His demon-bound axe whispered against his gauntlets as he entered the cruiser's bridge. The Ork captain met him in armor made from welded engine blocks. Its power claw tore through a legionary and closed around the warrior's torso. Ceramite folded. Blood surged from the joints as the Ork crushed him until his armor resembled a clenched fist. Thane crossed the bridge in 3 strides. His axe cut through the captain's shoulder, ribs and spine. The demon weapon drank heat from the wound. Flesh blackened around the blade. Thane tore the axe free and kicked the twitching halves beneath a command console. "Reactor location," he ordered. One of the Chosen drove a data spike into the cruiser's navigation engine. The machine shrieked in binary and Ork glyphs. 6 decks below, after the primary drive chamber. "Set overload. Kill everything between here and extraction." They descended through the vessel. Boys died in heaps before them. Grots fled into ventilation ducts and were burned out with flamers. A mech attempted to activate a force field generator and received a bolt through the face before his hand reached the switch. Thane's warriors entered the reactor chamber, butchered the engine crew, and fixed melter charges around the containment housing. Their boarding torpedo departed 11 heartbeats before the cruiser's core ruptured. The ship folded inward, then it vanished in white fire. Across the system, other boarding cadres repeated the act. Black Legion captains found power cores, ammunition magazines, and engine sanctums. Legionaries fought through corridors, where the Orks' numbers became a weakness, packing the greenskins together so tightly that every bolt detonation killed more than one. Reactors were overloaded. Charges were placed. The attackers withdrew beneath precise chronometric counts, while the ships died behind them. The Orks kept coming. For every vessel destroyed, dozens crossed the debris field. Ram ships accelerated toward the defense monitors with no attempt to evade. Their engines burned beyond tolerance, exhaust plumes turning violet as containment systems failed. One ram ship struck the monitor. Unspoken oath through its starboard gun deck. Both hulls crumpled around the impact. Orks erupted from the wreck's prow and entered through the crater before the monitor's crew understood that boarding had begun. They came through fire and vacuum. Many wore no void protection. Their eyes froze. Their blood boiled through ruptured flesh. They continued forward long enough to bury choppers in defenders. Other boys crossed the void in assault pods, fashioned from fuel tanks, cargo drums, and fragments of hull. Some pods had engines. Others possessed only rockets welded to their backs. Most missed their targets and disappeared into the dark. Enough struck. Ork aircraft launched from carriers already tearing themselves apart. Dakka jets screamed through clouds of wreckage, their wings shedding armor as they fired upon defense platforms. Fighter bombers released payloads into anything large enough to see. One aircraft flew through the open wound of a dying cruiser, emerged burning from the opposite flank, and rammed an orbital weapons array. On the bridge of the Moor Dakka Den Sense, Big Mech Rukgob Geargrinder watched the slaughter with growing interest. 3 assault waves had entered the Black Legion kill zones. 3 had become wreckage. Rival bosses filled the Vox with threats and accusations. "Dem black gits is cheating. Your ships is in me way. Stop shooting me cruiser. Dat weren't me." Rukgob ignored them. He studied the firing sequence upon a stolen Imperial display. The symbols were wrong. The machine spoke in a whining language he disliked. He struck the console until the image stabilized. The Black Legion fleet was not firing into the mass without thought. Its vessels were opening corridors, leaving apparent gaps between fields of lance fire. Ork captains saw the gaps and drove toward them. Once crowded into the channels, the next firing line closed the trap. Rukgob's iron jaw clicked. "Kunin," he muttered. A smaller mech leaned over his shoulder. "What?" "Nothing. Tell Boss Gutsapa the big gap by the broken moon is open." The mech peered at the display. "That's where all the ships is getting blasted." Rukgob cuffed him hard enough to break his neck. "Yeah." He transmitted the same message to 3 rival bosses. Their cruisers turned eagerly toward the opening. Black Legion lances began killing them. Behind their burning hulls, Rukgob redirected his own workshop ships along the debris shadow. Mechs altered engine output to match tumbling wrecks. Cruisers hid behind dead vessels, using kilometer-long armor plates as shields. Rival clans died by the thousand, while Rukgob's craft approached the inner defense ring unseen. He felt no obligation to warn them. A boss foolish enough to enter a gun line deserved to become cover. Commando boss Skargrim's sneak sticker crossed the void beneath the corpse of a defense servitor. He and his commandos wore looted pressure suits over their armor. The suits had belonged to human deck crews and did not fit. Sleeves had been cut away. Helmets were bolted around thick orc necks. Captured identification transmitters blinked from their chests, broadcasting the codes of a repair team that had ceased living several hours earlier. Ahead drifted Defense Platform Cinder 9. The station had been struck by wreckage. One habitation ring no longer turned. Vapor leaked from a fracture near the command spine. Damage lights pulsed along the hull. Skargrim reached the breach and entered. His boots struck metal. He raised one hand. The commandos moved in silence. A technical thrall turned from an open conduit. Skargrim caught the man by the jaw and drove a knife upward through the soft tissue beneath his chin. The blade entered the brain. The body shuddered once. Skargrim lowered it gently. 2 commandos found a gun crew moving ammunition through a service passage. Suppressed sluggers coughed. One shell entered a gunner's throat and burst from the back of his neck in a red spray. Another shattered a man's knee. Before he could cry out, an orc wrapped a cable around his throat and pulled until cartilage cracked. They did not shout. They did not fire unless necessary. Skargrim considered this proper sneaking. The command deck lay behind a pressure door bearing the Eye of Horus. A commando placed a captured sigil against the reader. The lock accepted the identification code. The door opened. Skargrim's mob entered among the station crew. Knives rose and fell. A naval officer reached for the alarm. Skargrim drove a cleaver through his forearm, pinning it to the console. The officer opened his mouth. Skargrim tore out his tongue with 2 fingers and pushed him beneath the command throne. "Keep this bit working," he told the surviving tech priest. The robed man stared at the bodies. Skargrim placed the warm tongue upon the console. "Or I takes more bits." The platform's maneuvering thrusters fired. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, its macro cannon batteries rotated away from the Ork armada. On Bastion Primus, an identification rune changed position. The mortal adjutant frowned. "Cinder 9 is altering its firing arc." Gal turned toward the display. "Challenge it." The platform answered with valid codes. Kiras looked up sharply. "Destroy it." The macro cannons fired first. Their target was the troopship Martyr's Dew, holding low orbit behind the reserve fleet. Its cavernous decks carried hundreds of thousands of traitor soldiers intended for the surface war. The first shell broke its void shields. The second entered through the troop decks. Armor, flesh, and atmosphere erupted from the far side. Compartments collapsed in sequence as pressure doors failed. Men were dragged along corridors, striking walls hard enough to strip skin from their faces. Thousands were compacted against sealed bulkheads by the escaping atmosphere. Bodies flattened into layers of meat and uniform until the doors ruptured and released them into space. The troopship rolled across the reserve formation. Escape craft launched from its surviving bays. "Cinder 9 is compromised," the adjutant shouted. "The Martyr's Dew requests assistance." "No," Gal said. "My lord, the wreck obstructs maneuver. There are living troops aboard. They are no longer troops." Gal marked the ship for destruction. A Black Legion cruiser fired. Macro shells tore open the Martyr's Dew. The vessel split across its center, killing the survivors before their escape craft cleared the blast. The wreckage drifted away in 2 burning sections. Gal did not watch it die. "Bring down Cinder 9. The stolen platform vanished beneath lance fire, but Skargrim and his commandos had already entered a maintenance shuttle and departed among the debris. Warboss Grugkrak Skullcrumper saw Karadrax below him and decided the Void War had become tedious. "Send everything down." Rukgob looked from his display. "Everything?" "Everything that falls." Orders spread through the armada. Landing craft broke formation. Millions of landers, drop fortresses, rocks, scrap barges, and armored meteors turned toward the planet. Some were proper assault ships by Ork standards. Others were cargo containers fitted with engines. Hundreds were asteroids hollowed into troop holds and pushed toward the atmosphere with booster rockets. They descended together. Karadrax's interception batteries opened fire. The sky became a furnace. Surface-to-orbit lances cut through rocks and sent halves spinning toward different continents. Missile batteries filled the cloud deck with explosions. Flak cannons fired until their loading mechanisms glowed. Landers collided in the atmosphere, showering burning orcs across hundreds of kilometers. Still, they fell. The sheer mass of the descent overwhelmed every calculation. Marshal Joran Krail received his orders inside the command bunker of Landing Basin 9. 20 million soldiers occupied the concentric trench belts around him. Artillery pits had been dug into the basin walls. Heavy bolters watched the approaches. Penal cohorts stood in the forward lines, with one rifle shared between 3 men. The tactical map showed Ork descent vectors converging upon them. Beneath the map lay another diagram: Prometheum reservoirs. Krail studied the detonation circuits. The basin was not a fortress. It was a vessel waiting to be filled. A Black Legion voice spoke through the Vox. "Hold until authorized withdrawal." Krail knew there would be no withdrawal. Order acknowledged. The first Ork lander struck the outer trenches. It crushed 300 men beneath its hull, ploughing through the parapet before stopping. The forward ramp fell. Burning boys charged out, their flesh blackened, ammunition cooking from their harnesses. Autoguns fired. Green bodies jerked beneath the volleys. Heavy bolters opened Orks from shoulder to hip, scattering organs across the mud. Artillery shells burst among the landers, flinging wheels, armor, and limbs. Through the poisoned rain, more craft struck. A rock flattened an entire regiment. Scrap barges crashed atop one another and formed a mountain of burning wreckage from which thousands of greenskins emerged. Some were on fire, some lacked arms. None slowed. The trenches vanished beneath them. Traitor soldiers fired until rifle barrels glowed red. Men with empty weapons used bayonets, spades, and broken stocks. Orks reached the parapets and hacked them apart. Choppers split helmets and skulls. A knob buried his blade in one soldier's spine, failed to pull it free, and seized the corpse by both ankles. He swung it into the defenders until the body burst open, then used a severed leg as a club. The basin filled. Millions of Orks poured toward its center. From Bastion Primus, Gal watched the green mass cover the prepared coordinates. "Where is the war boss?" Kiris asked. "Within the largest concentration." "You assume." Gal activated the detonation rune. Beneath Landing Basin 9, the Prometheum reservoirs opened. Fire rose through the earth. The basin became a crater of boiling fuel and incandescent flesh. Trenches vanished. Tanks melted into the ground. Men and Orks became black silhouettes before the blast stripped them into ash. Tens of millions died in the first moments, their bodies feeding a storm visible from orbit. Gal watched the center disappear beneath flame. "Decapitation achieved," said the adjutant. A new pict feed opened. 3,000 kilometers away, beside Karadrax's largest orbital elevator, an enormous Ork lander smashed into a loading field. Its ramp struck the ground. Grugcrack emerged through the smoke. He looked toward the distant pillar of fire rising above Landing Basin 9. His broken tusks showed as he laughed. "That was a good trick," he said. "Now we knows where the clever one is." Varak Gal refused to defend Karadrax. Defense conceded initiative. Defense surrendered choice. Defense permitted the enemy to dictate where blood would be spent and which ground would be broken beneath the weight of armies. The Greenskins had survived the destruction of Landing Basin 9. Their war boss had descended beside the primary orbital elevator, where hundreds of millions of tons of fuel, ammunition, and armor waited beneath loading gantries. Every hour the Orks remained upon the surface, more of them landed. Every hour they lived, their infestation deepened. Gal would not grant them another. In the armory vaults beneath Bastion Primus, engines awakened. Land raiders rolled from their sanctums beneath standards of flayed skin. Predators followed in ordered squadrons, autocannons traversing as targeting spirits tasted the poisoned air. Vindicators growled up loading ramps with demolisher cannons aimed toward the rust-colored horizon. Raptors descended from launch galleries, jump packs screaming as they circled above the forming columns. Chosen marched beside Terminators, whose armor had endured 10,000 years of war. Each warrior bore the Eye of Horus. Each carried weapons sanctified by murder, betrayal, and victories forgotten by the dying Imperium. Mortal armorers scattered before them. Those too slow were crushed beneath tracks or struck aside by armored fists. No legionary looked down. Gal stood upon a command gantry overlooking the mustering floor. The black mass of the spearhead filled the vault beneath him, engines idling amid incense smoke and exhaust fumes. Mordrek Thane waited at the foot of the gantry. His demon axe hung across one shoulder. The weapon's edge moved when no hand touched it, rippling like the surface of black water. Faces sometimes appeared within the metal. None remained long enough to be recognized. "You will not hold ground," Gal said. Thane looked up through the red lenses of his helm. "We will take it. You will penetrate the horde, locate the war boss, Kill him before the greenskins establish a permanent concentration around the elevator. The beast will display itself. Do not mistake noise for command. Their kind are crude, not witless. Thane's axe whispered against his shoulder guard. I will bring you its head. Bring proof. I require no trophy. Gal transmitted the final deployment order. The vault gates opened. Karadrax answered with thunder. Helldrakes descended first. They came screaming from the cloud banks, iron wings spread above bodies, shaped by captivity and hate. Warp fire burned within their ribbed throats. Chains hung from their armor. Beneath cracked plates, demonic flesh flexed around engines that had once obeyed mortal design. The first Helldrake swept across an Ork column, advancing from the orbital elevator. Balefire poured from its mouth. The flame was not red. It burned blue-black, swallowing light as it passed. Boys became silhouettes within it. Their flesh peeled away in strips. Fat ignited beneath armor. Hundreds continued running while their muscles shrank from exposed bones, until their legs broke beneath them and they fell screaming into the dirt. A second Helldrake struck the Ork rear. Its talons closed around a gun wagon and carried the vehicle into the air. Grots and ammunition spilled from the open fighting deck. The demon engine climbed through the clouds, then released the wagon above the center of the mob. It struck among them and exploded. Thane's spearhead advanced through the fire. Vindicators occupied the forward line. Their demolisher cannons fired into barricades assembled from cargo haulers, wrecked tanks, and the severed sections of orbital elevator support towers. Each shell struck with the violence of a collapsing fortress. Scrap walls vanished. Orks behind them ceased to possess shapes. Green flesh, armor plate, and black soil rose together in expanding clouds. The Vindicators rolled into the craters before the debris had landed, dozer blades pushing aside corpses and burning wreckage. Predators fired over them. Autocannon rounds ripped through battle wagons and tore tracks from looted tanks. Lascannon beams crossed the battlefield in lines of white heat, puncturing engine blocks and igniting fuel reservoirs. Upon the shattered roof of a manufactorum, Havocs established firing positions beneath the remains of a bronze Aquila. A stomper came toward them. The walker was a fortress given legs. Its hull leaned forward beneath the weight of guns, smokestacks and armor hammered into the shape of an Ork face. Hundreds of greenskins clung to platforms welded across its body. Its kill cannon fired, erasing a mortal battalion beneath a column of dirt and broken bodies. The Havoc champion raised one gauntlet. Left knee, lower coupling. 4 Lascannons fired. The first beam burned away armor. The second entered the exposed mechanism. The third severed a piston broad enough to crush a transport. The fourth passed through the joint and emerged in a spray of molten metal. The stomper lurched. Orks spilled from its platforms. Some struck the ground and burst. Others became tangled in chains and hung screaming beneath the walker as it staggered onward. Right hip, the champion ordered. The Havocs fired again. The stomper's leg folded beneath it. The machine fell sideways, crushing thousands of boys and several of its own gun wagons. Its reactor ruptured when it struck the ground. The explosion blew the manufactorum roof from beneath the Havocs, but their work was already complete. Thane rode within the lead Land Raider. The troop compartment shook beneath artillery impacts. Warning runes flickered across his retinal display. Around him stood the chosen of his personal retinue, their armor scarred by wars fought before the founding of many imperial chapters. No one spoke. They had fought beside one another for centuries. Words were needed only when intention changed. The assault ramp lowered. Ork gunfire struck it at once. Rounds flattened against ceramite. A rocket detonated against the Land Raider's prow, filling the compartment with smoke and shrapnel. Thane walked through it. His chosen followed. The Orks charged from the ruins of a loading station, roaring beneath black banners painted with crude glyphs. Shooters flashed. Slugs struck armor and ricocheted into the mud. The Black Legion raised bolters as one. The first volley broke the charge. Bolt rounds entered skulls, throats and torsos before detonating. Heads disappeared inside bursts of bone and green mist. One boy lost both arms and continued forward until a second shell opened his chest from within. The Chosen fired again. Then they charged. Chainswords roared through hide and muscle. Legionaries struck without frenzy, every blow chosen for speed and finality. Blades entered beneath jaws, through armpits, and between crude armor plates. Power fists crushed ribs, organs, and spine together. No bolt was spent upon a dying enemy. No second blow was given where the first had killed. An Ork nob pushed through the melee, towering above the boys around him. Iron plates covered his shoulders. A chain-fed big shooter hung beneath one arm, firing even as he charged. Rounds hammered Thane's breastplate. Thane did not slow. The nob swung a chopper the length of a man. Thane turned aside. The blade scraped sparks from his pauldron. His demon axe rose. The weapon entered at the nob's collar. It passed through breastbone, lungs, stomach, and pelvis. The Ork divided around the blade. Both halves fell in opposite directions, entrails spilling between them in steaming coils. Thane looked down at the corpse. "Fix it to the assault ramp." Two mortal attendants hurried forward from the slave battalions, following the Legion advance. They dragged the pieces toward the Land Raider, slipping in blood as they worked. "Both halves," Thane said. "Let them see what approaches." The spearhead drove deeper. Ork artillery parks burned beneath bombardment. Raptors descended upon gun crews, cutting them apart before demolition charges destroyed the weapons. Terminators teleported into packed mobs and emerged from green bodies beneath storms of blood, combi bolters firing in every direction. Hundreds of thousands of Orks died before the advance. Mobs broke. Some fled toward the elevator complex. Others turned upon rival clans, blocking their retreat. Black Legion armor crushed through both without distinction. Behind the Astartes came mortal slave battalions, wearing rebreathers and grey fatigue coats. They dragged Ork weapons into salvage piles, emptied fuel from wrecked vehicles, and set fire to blankets of spores already gathering in the wet soil. Wounded greenskins received execution shots. Those still capable of resistance were chained to tractors and dragged behind the advance, until nothing remained but arms, skulls, and ribbons of flesh caught beneath the axles. Victory became visible. That was when discipline began to rot. Black Legion champions descended from their transports to claim skulls from the largest dead. One Chosen ordered slaves to cut tusks from fallen nobs and fix them around his gorget. Another collected crude boss glyphs as proof of how many mobs he had broken. Thane permitted it. A warrior's pride could sharpen him, provided it did not delay the advance. He did not see the first commando emerge from the fuel conduit behind them. Skargrim's sneak sticker pushed aside a corroded inspection grill and climbed into the shadow beneath a wrecked ammunition carrier. His commandos followed. Their armor had been painted black and rubbed with furnace soot. Strips of rag covered metal fittings that might scrape against the conduit walls. One carried a suppressed slugger. Another bore a bundle of shaped charges stolen from a Black Legion demolition cache. Above them, slave crews loaded shells into armored carriers. Skargrim raised 2 fingers. The commandos separated. They did not attack the legionaries. Black beakies were difficult to kill quietly, and killing them was not the purpose. A commando crawled beneath the first ammunition carrier and fixed charges along its suspension. Another cut the throat of a mortal Vox operator, caught the body before it fell, and used the dead man's codes to transmit false readiness reports. Skargrim entered a recovery vehicle through the rear hatch. The crew chief turned at the sound. Skargrim caught him by the face and drove his thumb through one eye. Bone cracked behind the socket. The man twitched as the Ork lowered him beside the engine controls. "Quiet," Skargrim whispered. He poured fuel across the compartment. Explosions began behind the spearhead. The first ammunition carrier vanished in a sphere of fire. Bolt shells cooked within their crates, firing in every direction and ripping apart the slave crews around them. A second carrier overturned as its suspension failed, blocking the supply road. Recovery vehicles ignited. Vox masts folded beneath cutting charges. Orbital targeting signals dissolved into static. Thane turned as warning runes filled his display. "Rear elements, report." Only white noise answered. Then the world flashed green. Big mech Rookgob stood upon the roof of a captured defense substation, surrounded by copper coils, generator housings and towers made from stripped Auspex arrays. Mechs hammered at the last connections. Grots ran between machines carrying cables that smoked in their hands. Several burst into flames. Their replacements stepped over them. Rookgob watched the black spearhead cross the plain. "Now," he said. A mech pulled the activation lever. The pulse towers discharged. Green lightning crossed the battlefield. The air boomed. Every loose fragment of metal leapt from the ground. Slave soldiers screamed as rifle mechanisms exploded in their hands. Thane's vision became static. Targeting runes vanished. Auspex returns multiplied into thousands of false contacts. Range markers crawled across his display in meaningless spirals. Power armor continued to function, but joints locked for fractions of a heartbeat. Autosenses darkened and returned flooded with noise. Several demon engines reacted worse. A Mauler fiend stopped amid a cultist formation. The pulse scrambled the command sigils controlling the creature within its iron body. It turned upon its handlers. Bladed limbs swept through the cultists, opening men from shoulder to groin. Its jaws closed around a dark Mechanicum overseer and shook him until his spine tore free from his body. A forge fiend fired into a nearby slave regiment, ectoplasmic rounds transforming men into burning liquid. "Control your beasts," Thane voxed. Warpsmith Cord's reply arrived fractured by interference. "They are not beasts." A defiler crushed its own ammunition crew beneath one claw. Thane looked toward the distant shape of the Ork fortress. It had been raised around a captured armor depot. Scrap walls surrounded towers made from tank hulls. A banner rose above the central structure, so large that it required chains and cranes to keep it upright. Beneath it sat the unmistakable mass of a war boss. "Teleport cadres," Thane said. "Mark my beacon." Static answered. He repeated the order through a hard-linked command relay. This time, confirmation runes appeared. Thane drove his axe into the earth. "Take me to the beast." The teleport flare consumed him. He reappeared inside the fortress amid green lightning and the smell of scorched flesh. Terminators materialized around him. Several arrived within Orks. Bodies burst as armored forms displaced them. A meganob became a wet shell around a Terminator's torso. The legionary tore free, dragging ropes of intestine from his pauldrons. Mega-armored knobs opened fire. Rounds filled the chamber. One Terminator lost half his helm and the skull beneath it. Another took a rocket through the abdomen and remained standing long enough to tear the launcher from its wielder's hands. Thane advanced through them. His axe severed power claws, arms and heads. His retinue fired combi bolters into the knobs at such close range that each detonation painted the chamber walls with fragments of bone and armor. The throne stood at the far end. It had been built from the hulls of 3 battle tanks. Upon it sat an Ork larger than any Thane had yet seen, encased in layers of mega armor and crowned with iron horns. The creature rose. "I'm the boss," it roared. Thane regarded the banner, the armor, and the throne. "So you claim," the Ork charged. Its power claw struck with enough force to crack the floor. Thane stepped aside and opened the creature's flank. The demon axe bit deep, but failed to reach the spine. The false war boss laughed. It backhanded Thane across the chamber. He struck a tank hull hard enough to buckle it. Warning runes filled his vision. 2 ribs fractured beneath his armor and began knitting at once. The Ork came on. Thane met it before it could build momentum. Axe and claw collided. The impact threw sparks across the hall. The creature seized his shoulder guard and tried to tear away his arm. Thane drove one knee into its abdomen. The armor folded. He struck again, splitting a horn from the Ork's helm. A third blow entered the neck. The war boss tried to laugh around the blade. Thane pulled the axe sideways. The head came free. The body remained standing for several seconds before collapsing against the throne. Thane lifted the severed head by one tusk. "Target eliminated," he transmitted. "The war boss is dead." Upon Bastion Primus, Gal received the image. He studied the head. Kira stood beside him. "That is not the creature from the landing field." Gal enlarged the picked capture. The proportions were wrong. The armor was too elaborate, constructed to create size rather than protect movement. The banner carried fresh paint. "Thane," Gal said, "withdraw." 3,000 kilometers away, Grugcrack watched from the upper gallery of a captured manufactorum. Picked screens showed the false fortress and the black-armored warriors within it. The dead orc had been Boss Dregsnaga, a rival too ambitious to remain useful. Grugcrack had given him more armor, a larger banner, and permission to call himself War Boss. Dregsnaga had believed it. That had made him convincing. Grugcrack pointed at Thane's image. "Dat one." Rukgob looked up from a looted targeting engine. "What about him?" "He's the killy one. Looks angry." "Good." Grugcrack bared his tusks. "Put every gun on that fort." Rukgob blinked. "Our boys is still in there." Grugcrack stared at him. Rukgob grinned. "Right. Every gun." The horizon flashed. Kill cannons fired from hidden artillery pits. Rockets rose in clouds thick enough to darken the sky. Looted macro shells launched from crude rails built into the manufactorum districts. Energy weapons screamed as their coils tore themselves apart. Thane saw the first barrage through the fortress roof. "Down!" he ordered. The world struck him. The throne hall vanished beneath fire. Towers broke apart. Scrap walls folded inward. Terminators were lifted from the ground and hurled through masonry. One disappeared beneath a tank hull falling from the ceiling. Outside, the spearhead ceased to exist as a formation. Land raiders vanished beneath avalanches of broken ferrocrete. Predators overturned and burned. Mortal battalions became red paste, churned into the mud by successive impacts. Men were thrown into the air without limbs, their bodies turning among armor fragments and sheets of flame. The bombardment continued. Thane awoke beneath darkness. Stone and metal pinned his legs. His helm was cracked. Blood filled one eye. The demon axe lay within reach, whispering for him to kill something. Around him, legionaries groaned beneath the ruins. His vox activated. A voice emerged through static. It came from the helm of a dead Black Legion warrior somewhere above, its systems forced onto Thane's command frequency. Grugcrack's laughter filled his skull. "You chopped up the wrong boss, black boy." Thane reached for his axe. "I'm coming to find out if you make a better noise." The transmission ended. Beyond the ruins, millions of orcs began to roar. By the fourth planetary rotation, the invasion had ceased to resemble an invasion. It had put down roots. Green mold spread across the impact craters, where orc dead lay piled beneath ash. Spores drifted through chemical rain, settled in drainage channels, and clung to the warm undersides of wrecked tanks. Pale fungal shoots pushed through soil, poisoned beyond the tolerance of human life. Squigs hatched in coolant sumps. Grots crawled from burrows beneath collapsed hab blocks and immediately began stealing anything that was not bolted down. Where it was bolted down, they brought tools. Shanty workshops rose among the ruins. Their walls were made from tank hulls, freight containers, devotional plaques, and sections of Black Legion fortification. Chimneys coughed greasy smoke. Mechs hammered without plans, measurements, or agreement. Gun barrels were sawn from wrecks and welded to whatever still possessed wheels. Engines were stripped, rebuilt, overcharged, and beaten until they started. A predator destroyed at dawn returned to battle before nightfall. Its black hull had been painted with red glyphs. Additional armor hung from chains along its flanks. A looted battle cannon protruded through the ruined turret beside three big shooters, none aligned with the others. Grots crowded the engine deck, screaming as the vehicle accelerated toward the trenches and shed pieces of itself along the way. The Black Legion killed it again. By morning, the Orks had dragged away the remains. Every battlefield became an Ork foundry. Every corpse became food, decoration, or bait. Every shattered weapon became part of a larger one. Karadrax was being digested while it still fought. Big Mech Rukgob Geargrinder entered the primary orbital elevator complex through a gate that had once required 12 security codes, 3 biometric confirmations, and the approval of a Black Legion quartermaster. The gate now opened because a mob of Meganobs had torn it from the wall. Rukgob walked beneath it, red eyes widening. The interior stretched beyond sight. Loading rails crossed one another beneath vaulted ceilings. Fuel reservoirs stood in armored ranks. Plasma coils rested within gravitic cradles, each one large enough to power a void ship. Adamantium plates were stacked like black cliffs. Engine housings waited beneath sheets marked with the Eye of Horus. The big mech stopped speaking. His iron jaw hung open. Grots gathered behind him, muttering and shoving. One step too close. Rukgob picked it up by the throat and threw it toward the nearest loading machine. "Find out what that does." The Grot struck a control panel. The machine awakened. A loading arm swept sideways and crushed the Grot against a support pillar. Its body burst beneath the weight, leaving a red smear and one twitching foot protruding beneath the mechanism. Rukgob watched closely. "Right, that makes it move." He pointed toward the next bank of controls. More Grots. Hundreds surged forward, because those behind them pushed harder than those in front could resist. They climbed ladders, crawled beneath conduits, and hammered buttons with spanners. Warning klaxons began to sound. Cargo cranes rotated without purpose. A plasma coil rose from its cradle, struck a gantry, and discharged through the ceiling. Blue light filled the complex. Thousands of Grots vanished into ash. The survivors cheered. Rukgob laughed until his iron jaw clicked against his tusks. Do it again. The complex consumed them by the 100,000. Grots entered cooling tunnels and emerged without skin. Others opened fuel valves and drowned in promethium before speed freaks discovered the reservoir and began drinking from it. Irradiated maintenance chambers cooked entire mobs alive. Their corpses remained upright against sealed doors. Fingers melted into control panels. Rukgob accepted every death as useful information. By the end of the rotation, the Orks understood enough to restart 3 loading rails, open 7 armor vaults, and vent half a reservoir of starship fuel into the lower districts. The resulting fire burned for 2 days. Beyond the elevator complex, conquered laborers marched into minefields. Iron collars linked them in rows of 50. Orks walked behind the columns carrying sluggers and crude whips made from electrical cable. The prisoners had been told there was food on the far side. There was no food. The first rank reached the outer markers. A mine detonated beneath one man and turned the lower half of his body into a red cloud. The chain pulled the screaming remains beneath the feet of those behind him. More mines erupted. Bodies flew apart. Severed arms swung from collar chains. A man without legs clawed at the soil until the prisoners behind him trampled his skull into the mud. The Orks marked each detonation with colored stakes. When a route remained quiet, trucks drove across it. Survivors were dragged into the speed freak camps. Explosive collars were fixed around their throats, and they were made to race between moving vehicles while Orks wagered teeth on who would live longest. Those who slowed were struck by chains. Those who reached the finish discovered that the collars had no release mechanism. The explosions amused the crowd. Painboy Doc Gutspiller claimed the strongest prisoners. His surgery occupied a former munition inspection hall. Hooks hung from conveyor rails. Rusted instruments lay in buckets of cloudy fluid. Grots in blood-stained aprons carried limbs between tables and argued over which ones still possessed useful joints. Gutspiller leaned over a conscious prisoner whose chest had been opened from throat to abdomen. The man's ribs were held apart with engine clamps. His lungs moved visibly beneath the lamps. Blood ran through grooves in the table and dripped into a waiting basin. The pain boy pushed one thick finger into the wound. The prisoner screamed. "Stop wobbling," Gutzbiller said. "I'm looking." He pulled free a section of lung and sniffed it. A grot assistant held out a syringe. "Sleepy juice, boss?" Gutzbiller struck him with the organ. "Waste of good intoxicants." He placed the lung inside a jar and reached back into the prisoner's chest. The man remained alive until the pain boy removed his heart to see whether it would continue beating in a squig. Across Karadrax, picked feeds carried images of the occupation to Bastion Primus. Varrock Gal watched without anger. Anger was an expenditure. He reserved it for acts that could still be corrected. 3 factory cities had been compromised. Orks held their outer districts. Mechs had entered the Manufactoria. Slave populations remained trapped within, continuing production whenever the fighting moved far enough away for the overseers to activate the assembly lines. Warpsmith Cord stood beside the hololithic display. "Recovery remains possible," he said. "The reactor housings are intact. Their munitions presses account for a measurable portion of planetary output." "How long to reclaim them?" Gal asked. "With sufficient Legion assets, perhaps 6 rotations." "And what will the Greenskins possess by then?" Cord's mechadendrites flexed. "More than they possess now." Gal marked all 3 cities. "Overload the reactors." A mortal logistics officer looked up before fear forced his gaze down again. "My lord, there are more than 80 million laborers inside the designated zones. 9 regiments of the Ashen Host remain deployed in the southern city. They remain because their withdrawal was inefficient. They can still be extracted." "No." Cord turned one optical lens toward Gal. "The reactors will poison adjacent manufacturing regions. Then the enemy will not use them. The cities contain loyal production cadres. They contain resources in hostile territory." Gal looked toward the trembling mortal officer. "Transmit the order." The man did so. Inside the first city, control servitors drove reactor output beyond containment. Plasma seals failed. Heat rolled through subterranean chambers and turned maintenance crews into black shapes upon the walls. The second city died more slowly. Its generators surged through the Manufactoria grid, igniting ammunition presses one after another. Bolt shells detonated inside storage halls. Assembly towers split open. Rivers of molten brass poured into the streets and swallowed men and orcs together. The third city collapsed. Its reactor breached beneath the central district. The ground liquefied. Hab blocks, gun towers, and factory spires leaned inward as the city sank into a glowing wound. Millions fell with it. Bodies burned before they reached the molten depths. Orcs clung to collapsing walls and laughed until fire entered their mouths. The 3 cities disappeared from the hololith. Gal studied the empty spaces. "Recalculate the defense grid." Marshal Joran Krail watched the eastern horizon burn. The glow shone through poisoned clouds and turned the rain the color of blood. Soldiers crowded the command trench around him, their coats torn, their faces grey behind rebreathers. Colonel Vare stood beside the field map. "That was our shell production," he said. "That was the enemy's shell production," Krail replied. "It was ours yesterday." Krail looked down at the shifting front. That was the truth of the war. The Black Legion could destroy any Ork concentration it isolated. Lance strikes erased mobs. Artillery turned columns into meat. Legionaries broke greenskin assaults through discipline, armor, and experience measured across millennia. But Karadrax was not an empty battlefield. Every bombardment destroyed fuel intended for the War Master's fleets. Every collapsing fortress buried ammunition. Every reactor breach killed the workers who knew how to maintain the world. The Black Legion could kill the Orks or preserve the depot. It could no longer do both. "Report from the Western Spearhead," Krail said. The Vox officer listened to a stream of fractured signals. "Champion Thane lives. He is withdrawing from the ruins. Strength? Unknown. Support? None close enough to matter. Krail looked toward the map, where the ruined spearhead had become a dark stain surrounded by green runes. Then the Warmaster's sons will learn the value of delay. Mordrek Thane emerged from beneath the false fortress by cutting through its dead. The ruins had buried orcs, legionaries and mortal attendants together. He climbed through layers of bodies compressed between stone and armor plate. His demon axe whispered inside his skull, urging him to taste the blood pooled beneath the rubble. He ignored it. A Terminator dug beside him, using a chain fist to carve through a fallen support beam. Sparks illuminated an armored body trapped beneath it. The warrior's legs had been crushed flat. Hydraulic fluid and blood leaked from the joints. "Leave me," the wounded legionary said. Thane shot him through the helm. The dead warrior's ammunition and grenades were divided among the survivors. Outside, the remains of the spearhead gathered beneath artillery smoke. 2 land raiders still functioned. One had lost its turret. The other dragged a broken track that screamed across the earth. A handful of predators remained mobile. Chosen formed a perimeter around the vehicles, while cultist auxiliaries crawled from the ruins. Orc mines covered the withdrawal route. Thane looked at the mortal survivors. "You will advance ahead of the armor." A cultist champion stared at the minefield. "My lord, we have no detection instruments." "You have feet." The mortals moved because the legionaries raised their bolters. The first mine took 6 men. The second scattered limbs across the road. The column continued behind them. Cultists ran forward in screaming groups, triggering charges with their bodies. Survivors marked safe ground with torn strips of clothing. A crater blocked the western route. Burning fuel filled its depths. The damaged land raider could not climb the far slope. Wounded mortals crowded along its edge. Some had lost hands or eyes. Others leaned upon improvised crutches made from rifle stocks. Thane pointed at them. "Kill them." The Chosen opened fire. The wounded disappeared beneath bolt detonations. Torsos burst. Heads came apart. One man raised both hands before a shell entered his chest and sprayed his spine across the crater wall. "Stack the remains," Thane ordered. Cultists dragged the bodies into the fuel. Armored vehicles crushed them into the mud, forming a ramp of flesh, equipment, and bone. The land raider crossed upon it. Fire consumed the edges of the pile, filling the air with the stench of cooked meat. The column had reached the far side when horns sounded through the smoke. Grugcrack had come. Goth boys emerged in numbers too great for the eye to measure. They ran beneath black banners, weapons raised, boots pounding the ground hard enough to shake loose stones from the ruins. Mega-armored knobs led the center. Tankbusters moved along the flanks, carrying rocket launchers, bomb squigs, and crude magnetic charges. They ignored cultists, their red eyes fixed upon the surviving armor. "Form on me," Thane said. The Black Legion turned. Land raiders fired first. Lascannons carved through the charging line. Heavy bolters shredded boys into green fragments. Predators sent shells through the meganobs, breaking armor and hurling bodies backward. The Goths did not slow. They struck the column like a living wall. Point-blank fire vanished beneath the noise of impact. Choppers hammered against ceramite. Chainswords opened muscular torsos from hip to shoulder. A legionary drove his power fist through an orc skull, pulp and teeth spraying from the back of its head. A power claw closed around another warrior's waist. The knob lifted him from the ground and squeezed. Armor cracked, organs ruptured. Blood jetted from the neck seal before the claw pulled in opposite directions and tore the legionary into bleeding sections. Tankbuster rockets struck the lead land raider. One detonated against the assault ramp. Another entered through the damaged turret and exploded inside. Flame burst from every hatch. The crew staggered out burning and were dragged down by boys. Thane killed without pause. His axe took hands, heads, and limbs. The demon within the blade exulted, pulling itself toward every heartbeat. An orc struck his helm with a cleaver. Thane broke the creature's jaw with his fist and drove the axe upward between its legs, splitting it through the pelvis and abdomen. Then the boys around him moved aside. Grugcrack stood beyond them. The war boss towered in smoke-blackened mega armor. Fresh plates covered the damage taken during landing. His power claw dripped with blood. A Black Legion Terminator hung from it, armor crushed inward around a corpse that had ceased resembling a man. Thane raised his combi bolter. He fired. The first shell struck Grugcrack's faceplate. The second cracked an optical housing. The third entered the lens and burst inside. The war boss staggered. One side of his helm erupted, in sparks and dark blood. Thane advanced. Grugcrack laughed. He swung the dead Terminator by one leg and hurled him. The corpse struck Thane with the force of a vehicle impact. He flew through a ferrocrete wall and landed amid broken machinery. His helm display dimmed. Warning runes spread across his vision. Through the breach, Grugcrack came toward him. "Found you." Thane rose. Before either could close, the sky screamed. Black Legion gunships descended through the smoke. Autocannons raked the orc ranks. Missiles struck around Grugcrack and buried him beneath explosions. Boys vanished into fire. One knob was torn apart so completely that his armor continued running for 3 steps without the body inside it. Thane's surviving warriors dragged him toward the extraction corridor. Grugcrack emerged from the flames, one optical lens dead, half his faceplate hanging open. He roared after them. The gunships fired again and forced the war boss beneath the wreckage. Far from the battle, Skargrim's Sneaksticker entered Karadrax's Vox Command Nexus, disguised as a corpse. His commandos had packed themselves inside a reclamation hauler and covered their armor with dead laborers. The machine passed 3 checkpoints without inspection. No one wanted to search the bodies too closely. Inside the Nexus, Skargrim climbed from beneath the pile. He slit the driver's throat, caught the steering controls, and guided the hauler into a maintenance bay. His mob spread through the facility. Vox technicians vanished one by one. A commander entered a signal chamber and found 2 orcs waiting behind the door. One held his arms. The other peeled the security code from his forearm with a knife. Skargrim reached the strategic routing engine. Across its displays appeared the locations of Karadrax's arsenals, fuel reserves, armor vaults, and classified storage zones. He did not destroy the system. That would warn the enemy. Instead, he altered convoy destinations. Ammunition trains, meant for Bastion Primus, received new orders. Fuel carriers changed routes. Armored transports moved toward collection points, already controlled by Orks. Recovery columns were directed into dead Manufactoria, where commandos waited with mines. Each order carried valid Black Legion authentication. In the chaos of planetary war, missing convoys were blamed upon enemy action, damaged relays, or incompetent mortals. No one noticed that the enemy was writing the orders. At the orbital elevator, Rukgob followed one stolen route beneath the surface. The passage ended before a gate engraved with binding sigils and the designation of Arsenal Vault 19. Meganobs fixed chains to the doors. Engines roared. The first chain snapped and decapitated a line of grots. More were attached. Battle wagons pulled. The gate groaned open across a floor buried beneath crushed bodies. Darkness waited beyond. Lumen banks flickered awake in sequence. Rows of tanks appeared first, thousands of them standing beneath dust and black devotional cloth. Beyond them rose ammunition stacks large enough to resemble city walls. Void ship components occupied gravitic cradles. At the far end of the vault stood the unfinished bones of a battle station, its weapon housings incomplete, its armor covered in forbidden runes. Something moved between the machines. Dormant demon engines shifted against their chains. Claws scraped stone. Iron jaws opened. Whispers rolled from the darkness in voices that promised murder, freedom, and the slow consumption of souls. Grots began backing away. Rukgob stepped forward. His red eyes shone in the gloom. "Day's angry," he said. A chained engine pulled hard enough to crack the floor. Rutgob grinned. Good. Angry machines go faster. Draxil Cord learned that Arsenal Vault 19 had been breached when something inside the vault spoke his name. The voice came through a maintenance servitor 3 continents away. The servitor had been kneeling beside a damaged predator, feeding lengths of ammunition belt into an open compartment. Without warning, every augmetic limb locked. Its back arched until vertebrae split through its skin. Oil and blood ran together down its ribs. Then it turned its blind face toward Cord. "Maker," it whispered. The word emerged in the voice of a child, an old man and a beast drowning in molten iron. Cord seized the servitor by the throat. Its jaw opened wider than human bone. "Permitted. They break your circles," the thing said. "They paint upon our chains. They offer us noise." The warpsmith crushed its neck. The servitor continued speaking through its ruined windpipe. "Come below." Cord tore the head from the body and hurled it beneath the predator's tracks. The machine rolled forward, reducing skull, circuitry, and corrupted flesh to a black smear. His new spheric senses reached toward Vault 19. The security wards did not answer. Binding sigils had vanished from the command lattice. Maintenance channels returned only scrap code, Orkvox traffic, and laughter. Something hammered against the empiric locks beneath the arsenal, each impact traveling through Karadrax's industrial network like a pulse through diseased nerves. The vault held more than tanks and ammunition. It contained engines awaiting union with the Neverborn. Forge Fiend chassis stood incomplete beneath suspension cranes. Mauler fiends lay chained within warded pits. Defilers awaited the implantation of demon cores. Several venom crawlers had already received their inhabitants, but lacked final command brands. They were weapons without loyalty, predators trapped inside cages, whose doors had been opened by creatures incapable of understanding what they had freed. Cord transmitted an emergency seal command. The vault answered with a crude glyph resembling a grinning skull. Then every lumen in his forge chamber burst. Waaagh received the report without visible reaction. "The arsenal remains recoverable?" the Chaos Lord asked, "if the greenskins have not ruptured the inner containment matrices." "And if they have? Then the engines will obey appetite rather than command." Gal stood before a tactical display filled with collapsing fronts. Ork concentrations spread around the orbital elevator. The remnants of Mordrek Thane's spearhead withdrew beneath gunship cover. 3 factory cities no longer existed. The western trench zones demanded ammunition the depot could not deliver. "Destroy the vault if recovery fails," Gal said. Cord's servo arms shifted. "You would sacrifice its inventory?" "I would deny it to the enemy. The engines belong to me. They belong to the Legion." Cord stared at him through 6 red optics. For a moment, the machine intelligence woven through his armor considered violence. Then the warpsmith bowed. "As the Warmaster wills." He assembled his recovery column in the descent galleries beneath Bastion Primus. Hellbrutes came first. They walked in restraint chains, sarcophagi shaking as the mutilated warriors entombed within them screamed for release. One had torn away part of its faceplate by repeatedly striking its head against the wall. A red eye stared from the opening, rolling without focus. Forge fiends followed, claws scoring the floor. Ectoplasma pulsed within their weapon maws. Mauler fiends dragged cables thick as torsos, iron limbs straining toward the smell of distant blood. Defilers moved upon bladed legs. Their battle cannons turned independently, searching for targets their warding runes forbade them to engage. Venom crawlers crawled along the walls and ceiling, swollen abdomens leaking luminous fluid from vents shaped like mouths. Armored legionaries marched among them. Thousands of machine thralls followed, each branded with Cord's sigil and fitted with explosive implants. Prisoners were chained to the undersides of the demon engines, bare feet dragging through oil and grit. A dark Mechanicum acolyte approached Cord. "The warding circuits beneath the 3rd descent are without power." Cord extended one mechadendrite. Its needle entered the acolyte's eye. The man convulsed as data passed directly into his brain. "Then power them," Cord said. "With what source?" Cord looked toward the prisoners. The acolyte understood. The column descended. At the first ward gate, machine thralls forced prisoners onto iron grills engraved with octid circles. Blades rose through the openings. Men screamed as their feet, calves and thighs were opened from below. Blood flowed through carved channels, filling the runes. The gate awakened. Red light moved through the sigils. The chained demon engines shuddered as command pathways opened inside their minds. Cord transmitted pain. The hellbrutes roared. Forge fiends beat their claws against the floor. Mauler fiends strained forward, until iron restraints snapped. "Advance," Cord commanded. The gate opened upon the industrial underworld. Ork workshops occupied the first loading cavern. Grots swarmed across half-dismantled tanks. Mechs hung from cranes, welding armor onto vehicles that already possessed too much of it. Ammunition lay in open heaps beside burning fuel. A mob of boys argued over which end of a captured Lascannon should face the enemy. They turned when the demon engines entered. For a heartbeat, the cavern became still. Then an orc raised his chopper. "Get stuck in!" The forge fiends fired. Ectoplasmic rounds crossed the cavern as spheres of screaming light. The first struck a workshop tower and passed through it, melting metal, flesh and stone into a single cascading mass. Grots fused to ladders. Mechs became black shapes inside liquefied armor. Another blast struck a mob of boys. Bodies collapsed inward before bursting apart. Green flesh became vapor. Weapons and bones melted together and splashed across the floor as glowing slag. Mauler fiends charged through the smoke. One struck a battle wagon broadside. Its tendrils punched through armor and dragged the crew from within. Orks came out in pieces, bodies stripped through openings too narrow to permit passage whole. The engine seized the wagon between its claws. Metal screamed. The vehicle folded around its passengers. Blood jetted from firing slits. Broken tusks and fragments of skull popped through gaps in the armor as pressure compacted the crew into a wet mass. A defiler scuttled over the wreckage. Its crushing claw closed around a looted tank and lifted it from the ground. The tank's guns fired uselessly into the ceiling. Orks hammered against sealed hatches as the claw tightened. The hull bent. Vision ports filled with red. Blood and fragmented bones squeezed through the slits in pulsing streams. The defiler shook the crushed vehicle once, as though testing whether anything within remained alive, then hurled it into a workshop full of grots. Cord walked behind the slaughter. His command runes burned through the noosphere. Whenever an engine hesitated, he fed agony into its binding matrix. Whenever one turned toward his own troops, he activated the sacrificial wards and forced the Neverborn back into obedience. A venom crawler descended upon a fleeing mob and fed. Its bladed limbs pinned Orks to the floor. Its mouth opened beneath its abdomen. Green bodies disappeared into the cavity, armor and all. The demon engine swelled as it consumed them, furnace glow brightening between its plates. The Orks died by the thousand. They did not retreat. Big Mech Rukgob watched from a maintenance gantry, while demon engines tore his workshops apart. His iron jaw opened in delight. "That one," he said, pointing at a Mauler fiend. A mech beside him ducked as a severed orc head struck the railing. "What about it?" "I want it." The Mauler fiend crashed through a gun wagon and bit the driver in half. The mech stared at the carnage. "How?" Rukgob struck him across the face with a spanner. "Use your brain." The blow killed him. Rukgob pointed toward the cranes. "Mag grabbers, chains, pits, move." Mechs scattered. Magnetic grapnels fired from maintenance towers. Most missed. One struck a forge fiend and was torn free, dragging half the tower into a mob of boys. Another fixed itself to the Mauler fiend's spine. Industrial cranes engaged. Chains tightened. The Mauler fiend halted in mid-charge. Its claws tore trenches through the floor as the cranes dragged it sideways. Boys swarmed the chains, adding their weight. The demon engine turned and vomited flame across them. Scores burned where they stood. Others continued pulling while their skin blackened and split. A second grapnel struck, then a third. The Mauler fiend was hauled toward a maintenance pit. It killed hundreds before reaching the edge. Its tendrils snatched orcs from the floor and dashed them against walls. Its claws dismembered mechs, grots, and machine thralls without distinction. Rookgob watched each death with increasing approval. "Must be worth loads," he said. "Look how hard it is to nick." The cranes pulled. The Mauler fiend fell. Its body struck the bottom of the pit, hard enough to crack the foundations. Mechs dropped heavy chains after it. Grots poured down ladders carrying hammers, paint and plates cut with orc glyphs. The demon engine roared. From below, the ladders shook. Grots fell into its jaws. "Keep going," Rookgob ordered. "It's nearly ours." Across the vault complex, orc technology met the work of the warp. There was no ritual, no consecrated geometry, no true name was spoken. Grots hammered glyph plates over binding circles because the circles looked weak. Boys painted demon engines red to make them faster and black to make them harder. Mechs removed components that screamed and replaced them with engines that smoked. Some machines died. One venom crawler detonated after a grot connected its empiric gland to a fuel pump. The explosion stripped flesh from every living thing within the chamber. Another engine collapsed into a pool of teeth, oil, and whispering shadows. Others endured. A defiler accepted a crude control throne welded to its back. The orcs seated upon it steered by striking the demon engine's skull with a hammer. Each blow caused the defiler to turn. It obeyed because every direction promised something to kill. The Mauler fiend emerged from its pit painted red and chained to 3 battle wagons. Its armor bore crude glyphs hammered over Cord's runes. It broke loose almost immediately and ate one of the crews. Rookgob declared the test successful. Cord saw the first captured Forge Fiend in the vault's central transport hall. It came through a wall. Red paint covered its black armor. Additional cannons had been welded across its spine. Most were connected by exposed cables, fuel hoses, and chains. Grots rode inside its rib-like chassis, clinging to the bars while smoke poured around them. One grot worked a steering lever. Another rang a bell. The Forge Fiend fired at the loudest thing in the chamber. That happened to be an orc gun battery. Ectoplasma consumed the battery, the crew and the wall behind them. The grots cheered. Then the engine turned toward Cord. The warpsmith stopped. He knew the demon inside it. He had harvested its true name from the dying confession of a sorcerer. He had spent 9 years constructing the binding matrix. 300 slaves had been bled into the armor. Every plate had been engraved by hand with curses older than the Imperium. Now orcs had painted over his work. The Forge Fiend charged. Cord spoke its name. The engine faltered. Its forelimbs dug into the floor. The grots pulled levers and struck its ribs. One fired a cannon into the ceiling by mistake. "Submit," Cord commanded. The demon turned one gun toward him. "You are bound." The weapon fired. Cord crossed his servo arms before his body. The ectoplasmic blast struck and hurled him through a support pillar. Armor split along his shoulder. One mechadendrite burned away. He rose amid falling stone. The Forge Fiend charged again. Rage entered Cord's thoughts with the purity of binary. Not because the greenskins had stolen a weapon, because they had bypassed him. They had achieved through ignorance what required centuries of study, sacrifice, and ritual. Their crude additions should have destroyed the machine. Their glyphs possessed no empiric syntax. Their commands held no authority. Yet the demon obeyed them because they demanded only violence. Cord opened every pain circuit within the engine. The Forge Fiend convulsed. Its guns discharged into the floor. Grots fell from its ribs. Some were crushed beneath its claws. Others crawled back aboard before the body had stopped moving. Cord advanced. "You are mine." The demon screamed through all its weapons. Above the vaults, the surface of Karadrax shook. The Legio Traitoris walked. 3 god engines emerged from their repair cathedrals beneath banners darkened by ancient blood. The first was a corrupted Reaver, its carapace crowned with brass towers and chained corpses. 2 warhounds stalked at its flanks, reactor light burning behind faceplates shaped into snarling skulls. Chaos Knights advanced around them. Desecrators carried weapons capable of killing armored companies. Rampagers ran ahead upon clawed feet, chain blades roaring. War dogs hunted through the ruins, firing into Ork vehicles and stamping fleeing boys beneath talons. The Orks answered with everything they had built. Stompers lurched from the occupied districts. Gorkanauts and Morkanauts strode beside them, hulls crowded with boys. Gargantuan Squiggoths thundered beneath crude howdahs filled with guns. Half-completed Gargants came behind, hauled by chains and tractor engines because their legs did not yet function. The battle began before either line reached effective range. Ork guns fired into the sky, ground and their own formations. Titan weapons answered with disciplined annihilation. A warhound's plasma blast gun turned a stomper into a white shadow. The machine vanished inside a sphere of heat. Armor became liquid. Thousands of Orks disappeared before their nerves could carry pain. The Reaver fired its volcano cannon. A half-built Gargant split from head to belly. Its upper body toppled forward, crushing a moving city of boys beneath it. Below the god machines, infantry fought in a world of feet. Millions vanished beneath armored strides. A war dog stepped into a trench and reduced hundreds of mortal soldiers to a paste that sprayed from beneath its talons. A Squiggoth stamped upon a Chaos Knight's fallen pilot, flattening armor, bone and cockpit glass into the earth. Every impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Men hundreds of meters away collapsed with ruptured organs. Blood poured from ears and mouths. Lungs tore inside rib cages. Soldiers remained standing for a heartbeat, unaware that their bodies had already died. A stomper fell across 3 regiments. Its hull struck like a collapsing hab tower. Air became a physical wall. Tanks overturned. Bodies flew. Burning fuel poured from ruptured reservoirs and gathered in low ground. Wounded soldiers crawled into the lakes without seeing them. Flame raced across the surface. Men drowned beneath Prometheum while their backs burned. Grugcrack stood atop his battle wagon. The vehicle raced between the feet of giants, armor rattling beneath impacts. Around him, the Waaagh gathered in impossible numbers. The war boss raised Thane's stolen warning beacon as a trophy. Waaagh! The word rolled outward. Billions answered. The sound became more than sound. Green pressure swept across the battlefield. Human minds broke beneath it. Soldiers dropped their weapons and clawed at their skulls. Some began shouting with the Orks until their throats tore. Others fired into their own ranks, convinced that green eyes watched from every face. Ork engines surged. Weapons jammed for hours began firing. Damaged reactors found power. Crippled Stomper stood straighter. Rockets changed course after launch, striking targets they had no means to track. A Gargant's gun barrel burst. The explosion hurled the shell forward anyway. It struck a warhound through the knee. The Titan fell. Grugcrack laughed until blood ran from his gums. Upon Bastion Primus, Kyrus watched impossible data accumulate. Ork engines exceeded projected output. Missiles crossed disrupted trajectories and still found targets. Ammunition detonated only after leaving damaged barrels. Machines continued moving with drive systems destroyed. "This is not engineering," Cord transmitted through the command network. Kira saw green lightning crawl across the clouds. "No," he answered. "It is belief." The Reaver Titan killed the largest Gargant. Then 6 Stompers fired at once. Shells struck its void shields. Green energy flared around the God engine. The first shields failed. The second layer collapsed beneath rockets, beams and crude projectiles made from engine blocks. A Stomper's chainsaw struck the Reaver's leg. The teeth shattered. The broken weapon continued through the armor. The Reaver staggered. Gargantuan Squiggoths crashed into its other leg. Their bodies burst beneath its weight, but the impact forced the Titan sideways. It fell among its own knights. The earth opened beneath it. The resulting reactor breach turned the plane into daylight. In Vault 19, Cord felt the death of the Titan through the command lattice. He made his decision. Collapse the arsenal. Charges activated along the vault supports. Rukgob heard the warning sirens and understood nothing except urgency. "Take to shiny boxes," he shouted, "and to weird metal bits, and every gun what ain't nailed down." Mechs seized data cores. Grots dragged demon-binding components onto carts. Boys loaded weapons until vehicles collapsed beneath the weight. Cord reached the captured Forge Fiend. His remaining servo arm punched through its skull. The warpsmith transmitted the demon's true name directly into the wound. The engine froze. Cord tore out its empiric core. The Forge Fiend collapsed, spilling molten metal and screaming shadow across the floor. Grots burned inside its ribs. Explosions moved through the vault. Support pillars broke. Ammunition stacks toppled. Tanks disappeared beneath avalanches of ferrocrete. Demon engines roared as the ceiling came down upon them. Rukgob escaped through a loading tunnel aboard an overloaded battle wagon. Behind him came data cores, binding plates, stolen weapons, and the surviving mechs. Vault 19 collapsed into darkness. The Black Legion held the underworld. Upon the surface, its Titan reserve burned. The remaining Chaos forces withdrew beneath smoke thick enough to hide the horizon. Wounded knights limped toward the fortress lines. Gunships circled above them. The surviving warhound moved with one weapon arm hanging dead. Behind the retreat, a crippled stomper lay beneath the ruins of a manufactorum. Black Legion auspex marked it destroyed. One red eye flickered. An engine coughed. The stomper pushed a broken arm through the rubble and began to rise. Its hull split. Half its face hung open. Fire burned inside its body. Its guns turned toward the retreating Chaos lines. Then they began to fire. Beneath the furnaces of Karadrax lay the machinery that turned men into resources. The slave processing districts extended through caverns large enough to swallow cities. Their ceilings were hidden behind steam, cable forests, and the slow movement of cargo cranes. Iron gantries crossed black gulfs filled with chemical runoff. Conveyor lines wound through the darkness, carrying ammunition, meat, corpses, and men toward destinations few survived long enough to understand. Corpse grinders worked without rest. Bodies entered through toothed hoppers and emerged as separate streams of bone slurry, rendered fat and red protein paste. The machines made no distinction between the loyal, the rebellious, and the merely exhausted. Overseers marked each carcass by weight. Servitors hooked the remains onto chains. What could be eaten entered the ration vats. What could burn fed the furnaces. Teeth were gathered for industrial abrasives. Surgical halls occupied the upper galleries. Men lay strapped to iron tables, while augmetic limbs were fitted without anesthetic. Failed grafts were removed and returned to storage. Successful subjects were sent to the loading fields before their wounds closed. Beyond them stood the servitor lines. Prisoners shuffled between stations beneath the watch of hooded chirurgeons. Skulls were opened. Sections of brain were removed. Command sockets were hammered into living bone. Those who survived the procedure woke inside bodies that no longer obeyed them. Mutation pits stretched beneath the eastern foundries. Chemical waste, warp-tainted residue, and failed biological experiments gathered there in pools that moved when no current disturbed them. Overseers threw malformed infants, diseased laborers, and unusable mutants into the depths. Sometimes things climbed back out. The men who lived in the dormitories knew little of the war above. They knew that production quotas had doubled. They knew that ration allotments had been reduced. They knew that the walls shook more often, and that distant impacts dislodged rust from the ceilings. They heard rumors of greenskins, of black-armored demigods dying beneath the sky, of entire cities disappearing into fire. Most did not believe the rumors. Karadrax had always screamed. Marshal Joran Krail descended into the underworld aboard an ammunition lift, crowded with officers, servitors, and armed guards. The platform sank through layers of smoke and furnace light. Men laboring upon the surrounding gantries stopped to watch it pass. Many wore nothing but stained trousers and iron collars. Their bodies were thin enough for ribs to show through skin scarred by chemical burns. Krail studied them without pity. Pity was a luxury permitted only to men with choices. The lift reached the command gallery of Processing District Waaagh. Colonel Vare waited beside a map table constructed from a butcher's slab. Blood still occupied the drainage grooves. The lower transit gates remain intact, Vare said. For now. How many entrances? 28 principal shafts, hundreds of maintenance passages and waste canals. Seal the passages. With what labor? Krail looked through the gallery windows. Workers filled every visible platform. All of it. Orders spread through the foundries. Men were pulled from ammunition presses and ration vats by the million. Overseers formed them into lines and inspected hands, teeth, posture, and muscle mass. Those judged strong enough received autoguns from locked crates. Many weapons lacked magazines. Others had no firing pins. Ammunition was distributed by handfuls. The weak received harnesses. Explosive charges were strapped across their chests and backs. Detonator wires ran to command stations farther inside the district. The condemned were positioned inside tunnel mouths and ordered to wait. Some begged, some prayed. One man tore at his harness until a guard shot him through the throat. His body remained in the tunnel. The charge upon his back was still functional. Entire dormitory populations were driven into lateral corridors. Engineers welded armor plate across both ends, sealing tens of thousands in darkness. Men hammered upon the metal. The sound continued for hours, weakening as the air fouled. Vare watched the welding teams complete their work. They will suffocate. They will deny the enemy a route, Krail said. They are unarmed. So are walls. Far below the command gallery, black water moved through the waste canals. Mats of human fat floated upon the surface. Chemical foam gathered along the walls in pale clumps that quivered when touched. Bones rolled along the channel floor beneath the current. Skargrim's sneak sticker rose from the filth without a sound. A crude breathing filter covered his mouth. Grease and rendered flesh coated his armor, hiding the soot-black paint beneath. His commandos surfaced around him one at a time. One pulled a severed hand from his shoulder and examined it. Still warm, he whispered. Skargrim struck him lightly across the head. Quiet. The commando put the hand between his teeth. They moved beneath an iron walkway. 2 sentries stood above them. Autoguns pointed toward the canal. One coughed into his sleeve. The other complained about the smell. Skargrim climbed behind them. His knife entered the first sentry beneath the ribs and angled upward into the heart. The man stiffened. Skargrim held him until the pulse stopped. A commando looped wire around the second guard's throat. The man kicked against the railing. His boots scraped metal. The orc tightened the wire until the neck collapsed with a wet crack. Both bodies were lowered into an open rendering tank. The blades within took them apart before they reached the bottom. The commandos entered the control galleries. Cables were cut. Alarm circuits were bypassed. Vox operators disappeared from their chairs, leaving bloodless workstations and open channels behind them. Skargrim found the lower transit controls behind a blast door guarded by 6 soldiers. The first died when a suppressed slug entered his eye. The second turned and received a knife through the temple. The remaining 4 reached for their weapons. Commandos fell upon them. One soldier had his jaw torn away by an orc hand. Another was dragged beneath a control console and stabbed until his legs stopped striking the floor. The last attempted to shout into the Vox before Skargrim bit through his throat. Blood flooded the activation panel. Skargrim wiped it away with the dead man's sleeve. "Open the gates!" A commando pulled the release lever. Deep beneath the foundries, transit doors began to rise. Orc voices rolled through the darkness beyond them. The sound grew until every gantry trembled. Then the green tide entered the meat foundries. Boys surged through loading tunnels and waste shafts, firing shooters into lamps, pipes, and running workers. Grots swarmed beneath them, stealing tools from bodies that had not yet stopped moving. Knobs hammered through barricades with power claws. Burner boys filled dormitories with flame and laughed as burning men threw themselves from balconies. The ashen host met them between the corpse lines. Autoguns fired from behind ration vats. Heavy stubbers chattered from inspection towers. Men crouched beside heaps of dead laborers because the bodies stopped bullets better than sheet metal. The Orks struck the first line. There was no room for maneuver. Men and greenskins fought atop moving conveyor belts slick with blood. Choppers opened shoulders and necks. Bayonets entered mouths, bellies and groins. Bodies fell beneath mechanical hooks and were carried upward. Toward the flensing stations, a soldier drove his autogun into an Ork's jaw and fired until the head disappeared. The recoil carried him backward onto a conveyor. Iron teeth caught his coat. He screamed as the mechanism pulled him beneath a press. His pelvis broke first. The machinery flattened him from the waist downward while his hands clawed against the belt. An Ork stepped onto his chest and continued firing. Farther along the line, a knob seized two soldiers and threw them into a corpse grinder. One vanished head first. The other caught the edge and hung above the spinning blades until the first man's remains sprayed across his face. A chopper struck him between the shoulder blades. He fell. The grinder choked briefly upon armor and bone, then resumed working. Krail watched the battle through feeds carried by servo skulls. The Orks advanced where resistance appeared weakest. They crowded into passages leading toward the ration reservoirs and ammunition presses. Krail altered the routes. "Open Slaughter Hall Cestus," he ordered. Vare examined the map. That exposes the central processing line. It gives them something to follow. Blast doors withdrew. Orks poured into the hall. Autocannons opened fire from concealed galleries. The first salvo passed through the mob at waist height. Orks came apart in rows. Torsos spun through the air, while severed legs continued running beneath them. Explosive shells burst within packed bodies and filled the hall with green mist. Flamers ignited. Promethium washed across the survivors. Skin blistered and split. Eyes boiled inside sockets. Burning Orks charged through the fire and reached the mortal gun crews before their organs failed. Krail waited until the hall was full. "Detonate!" Mines beneath the floor erupted. The slaughter hall rose and fell. Armor plate, bodies and machinery struck the ceiling. A knob landed upon a gantry with both legs missing and continued crawling toward the nearest human until an autocannon round removed his chest. More Orks entered. Krail fed battalions into the channels before them. Some units received orders to hold intersections after the artillery batteries had already been given their coordinates. One captain understood what the order meant. "Our men are still there," he told Vare through the Vox. "Yes." "Where is the correction?" "There is none." The captain looked at the soldiers around him. Many had heard the exchange. "By the War Master," he whispered. Artillery struck. The intersection disappeared beneath explosions. Mortal troops and Orks became fragments driven into the surrounding walls. The bombardment continued until nothing living remained. The ashen host lost men by the million. For every formation destroyed, Krail forced several times its number in greenskins into the same kill zone. He surrendered corridors, sealed lifts, and opened false routes toward empty warehouses filled with promethium fumes. The Orks kept advancing. Doc Gutzbiller established his field hospital inside a captured surgical complex. The previous occupants hung from ceiling hooks, stripped of coats, boots, and useful skin. Operating tables stood in crooked rows. Orks lay upon them laughing, roaring or trying to bite the grots working on their wounds. Severed limbs formed piles against the walls. Gutzbiller held a mechanical claw against the stump of a boy's arm. "Nail." A grot handed him one. "Bigger nail." The grot produced a length of metal used to fix armor plate. Gutzbiller drove it through the claw assembly and into bone with a hammer. The boy howled. "Works," Gutzspiller said. Across the chamber, a decapitated Nob had been strapped upright inside a support frame. His head sat upon a tray beside him, eyes blinking. Gutzspiller lifted it by one ear. "Found your body." The Nob tried to bite him. Gutzspiller laughed and pushed a metal rod into the exposed base of the skull. The rod connected to a crude spinal housing bolted along the corpse's back. Blue sparks filled the wound. The body kicked hard enough to break one restraint. Gutzspiller forced the head onto the mounting collar. The Nob's eyes rolled. Then one arm moved. Good as new. The head faced backward. Gutzspiller considered this unimportant. Captured soldiers occupied the remaining tables. They were kept conscious because their screams helped Gutzspiller judge which nerves still worked. He opened chests, removed kidneys, cut tendons, and compared organs by smell. Grotz carried the pieces to wounded orcs. One prisoner watched his own hand being attached to a greenskin's wrist. The orc flexed the pale fingers. They broke immediately. "Bad bit," Gutzspiller said. He threw the hand into the prisoner's open abdomen and reached for another. Sorcerer Kiras entered the foundries surrounded by enslaved psychers. There were 12 of them at the beginning. Iron hoods covered their heads. Cables ran from their skulls to a control staff carried by the sorcerer. Each step forced them to perceive the psychic echoes saturating the underworld. Orc thoughts struck them like blows. Violence, hunger, laughter. The simple certainty that everything alive existed to be fought. The first psyker lasted 6 minutes. He began screaming that the walls were green. His skull split along the surgical seams, and grey matter ran down his face beneath the hood. Kiras disconnected him without stopping. The second bit through his tongue. The third tore out his own eyes. Their deaths narrowed the psychic trail. Kiras followed it through chambers filled with burning bodies and ruptured machinery. Warp flame crawled across his gauntlets. Shadows leaned toward him. Skargrim was near. The commandos waited beside the primary nutrient reservoirs. Great cylindrical tanks rose through the cavern, each filled with rendered human protein, stabilizing chemicals and biological residue from the mutation pits. The substance inside moved with the slow thickness of diseased blood. Skargrim heard Kiras approaching. "Ready to quiet boxes." Commandos activated captured null field generators. The machines had been torn from a Black Legion containment chamber. Their housings were cracked. Their controls emitted smoke. The field engaged. Kiras staggered. The warp receded from him as though reality had become a sealed tomb. The shadows vanished. The fire around his hands died. Sonic charges detonated. Sound struck with physical force. The remaining psychers collapsed. Blood burst from their ears. One man's eyes ruptured simultaneously, spraying the inside of his hood. Kiras dropped to one knee. Skargrim opened the slave pens. Thousands of terrified workers flooded into the chamber. They ran between the commandos and the sorcerer, screaming, falling and trampling one another beneath iron boots. Their panic became a psychic storm. Kiras forced his power through it. Warp fire erupted from his body. Slaves became ash where they stood. Commandos burned inside their armor. One orc transformed into a fused mass of arms and teeth that continued crawling after death. Skargrim charged through the flames. A drill-tipped weapon roared in his hands. Kiras turned too late. The drill struck beneath his ribs. Ceramite cracked. The spinning head entered his side, chewing through armor, flesh, and organ tissue. Black blood sprayed across Skargrim's face. Kiras seized the orc by the throat. His gauntlet tightened. Skargrim's neck began to break. The commando released the weapon and triggered the charges fixed to the nutrient tanks. The reservoirs ruptured. Walls of steaming slurry crashed through the chamber. Kiras and Skargrim vanished beneath rendered human matter, industrial chemicals and mutagenic waste. The flood tore men from gantries and rolled orcs along corridors. Bodies struck machinery, walls and one another until bones broke beneath the pressure. The substance entered ventilation shafts and ration lines. It carried blood, spores, sewage and warp contamination into every surviving reservoir. The food supply of Karadrax died in minutes. Krail received the final order while watching the lower districts disappear from his map. Gaal's voice came through the Vox. "Seal the underworld." Krail looked at the casualty display. Millions of Ashen Host soldiers remained below. The formations still holding were his best. They had obeyed every suicidal order and turned the foundries into a tomb for countless greenskins. "They cannot withdraw before closure," Krail said. "They are not required to." Krail closed his eyes, only for a heartbeat. Order acknowledged. Continental blast doors descended. Men saw them falling and ran. Some threw down weapons. Others climbed over wounded comrades. Officers fired into their own troops to restore order, then joined the retreat when the doors neared the floor. The first gate crushed thousands beneath it. Bodies burst under its weight. Blood sprayed across both sides before the seal locked. Magma charges detonated along the connecting shafts. Stone collapsed. Tunnels folded inward. Entire armies vanished beneath millions of tons of rock and machinery. Power failed through the lower districts. Darkness swallowed the foundries. The grinders stopped. The conveyors slowed. For the first time in centuries, the machinery beneath Karadrax became silent. Then, somewhere beyond the sealed doors, gunfire resumed. Men and orcs continued killing one another in the dark, entombed together without food, reinforcement, or hope of escape. The Waaagh entered the dreams of Karadrax. Men slept in firing pits and woke biting through their own tongues. They saw green faces behind their eyelids, tusked mouths laughing through curtains of fire. They dreamed of running beneath iron feet, while a voice larger than thunder commanded them to fight, even when they possessed no weapon, no limbs, and no flesh left to wound. Some never woke. Others rose screaming and attacked the soldiers beside them. Across the western trench belts, exhausted sentries fired into darkness at shapes that were not there. In the loading fields, servitors turned from their assigned routes and drove ammunition haulers into barracks walls. Assembly cranes activated without command and swung cargo containers through ranks of laborers, pulping men beneath tons of shells intended for the War Master's fleets. Disconnected Vox units began shouting, "Get stuck in! More Daka! Waaagh!" Technicians tore power cells from the devices. The voices continued. Green lightning crawled through dead circuitry. Brass icons of the dark gods rattled against bulkheads. Ammunition counters displayed crude glyphs no Mechanicum lexicon could interpret. Billions of greenskins fought upon Karadrax. They fought in trenches, manufactoria, minefields, and burning cities. They fought inside orbital stations and beneath collapsed foundries. They fought the Black Legion, the Ashen Host, enslaved workers, demon engines, and one another. Every bellowed challenge, every hammer blow, and every violent death entered the pressure gathering around the world. It was not unity as mankind understood it. It was appetite given direction. Sorcerer Kiras felt it inside his wound. The drill injury beneath his ribs had been sealed with black sutures and alchemical paste, yet the flesh refused to heal. Green sparks moved inside the puncture whenever orcs gathered near. He could hear them when he closed his eyes. Countless brutish minds grinding against the veil between realities, each too primitive to comprehend what their collective presence was becoming. He stood within the strategium of Bastion Primus, one gauntlet pressed against the injury. Above the command dais, the hololithic image of Karadrax flickered beneath psychic interference. Green distortions moved across the continents like storm fronts. Individual orc armies could no longer be separated from the field surrounding them. Varrock Ghaal watched the distortion without speaking. "Their movements are synchronizing," Kiras said. "They possess Vox networks. Not sufficient for what we are observing." Ghaal turned his helm toward him. "Explain." "A mob assaults a generator complex upon the northern continent. At the same moment, artillery batteries half a world away alter fire to isolate its defenders. Greenskins inside the eastern mine belts attack, before our reserve formations begin moving, as though they already know where the reserves will be sent. Captured intelligence. The attacks began before the orders were transmitted. Warpsmith Cord occupied the far side of the dais. His surviving mechadendrites were being replaced by servo thralls, though he had refused to leave the command chamber for surgery. The Greenskins have infiltrated our signal networks before, Cord said. Their crude machinery may be intercepting. This is not machinery. Kyrus extended one hand toward the hololith. Green lightning leapt from the display and struck his palm. Faces appeared within the flare, roaring boys, laughing mechs, grots crushed beneath machines, wounded orcs dragging themselves toward battle. Then another face emerged, a bald orc with iron bands around his skull. His eyes blazed with green fire. Copper cables ran from hooks driven into his shoulders and spine. "He is the focus," Kyrus said. Gal studied the image. A psyker. A conduit. The field passes through him and acquires shape. Whether he commands it or merely suffers it is irrelevant. Soon the Waaagh will cease reacting to our defenses. It will anticipate them. Location? Kyrus forced his thoughts into the psychic image. Pain lanced through his side. The orc presence pressed against him, vast and laughing. He saw a plain beneath broken loading towers. Copper pylons rose around a camp filled with chanting mobs. At its center stood a scaffold assembled from electrical masts, void ship cabling and bones. There, a target rune appeared upon the southern continent. Gal opened a Legion command channel. Mordrek Thane. Static answered before the chosen champion's voice emerged. "I hear. Prepare a teleport assault. Objective? Kill the weird boy." Thane paused. The war boss remains alive. The Psyker now presents the greater strategic threat. A low growl entered the channel, too controlled to be called defiance. "I will kill both. Kill the one I named first." The connection ended.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Within the Orc psychic encampment, Weird Boy Zagdaka screamed that the shield generators were singing. No one listened. The Orcs around him were too busy chanting. They filled the camp from one broken horizon to the other, stamping their feet and hammering weapons against armor. Copper towers rose among them, each connected to Zagdaka's scaffold by cables thick enough to moor a void ship. Green current leapt between the pylons and entered the hooks buried in the weird boy's body. Zagdaka convulsed. His spine bowed. Lightning burst from his eyes and struck a mob of boys, throwing them into the air as burning skeletons. The Mindards beat him with iron poles. "Keep it in your head! Stop leaking!" Zagdaka tore at the chains around his wrists. "The Black Fort's got 7 doors, but only 6 is real." A minder struck his jaw. "Shut it! Tunnel under the dead city. Turn left where the walls got teeth." Another blow opened his scalp. Zagdaka laughed and sobbed together. "Shield gubbins under the big spiky church. Loads of humies inside. They taste like pennies." The closest mechs stopped working. One looked toward the others. "How's he know that?" Zagdaka's head snapped around, his blazing eyes fixed upon the mech. "Code is black, black, gold, dead, black, eye, skull, open." The scaffold shook. Across the camp, captured Black Legion doors unlocked simultaneously. Grots cheered and ran through them. The chanting grew louder. Zagdaka's voice changed. For one breath, it sounded like billions speaking through a single throat. "Day's coming." The teleport strike arrived. Black lightning split the air. Terminators materialized among the copper pylons, displacing orcs, equipment, and sections of scaffold. One appeared inside a cluster of Mindards. Green bodies ruptured around him, organs slapping against his armor as reality forced them apart. Mordrek Thane emerged beneath the largest tower, his demon axe ignited with black flame. "Ebon Gauntlet," he said. "Advance." Combi bolters opened fire. The nearest boys ceased chanting as mass reactive shells detonated within their ranks. Heads vanished. Torsos burst outward. A single volley transformed the ground into a field of severed legs and steaming meat. Thane moved through it. His axe cut a minder from shoulder to hip. The return stroke took the head from a mech, attempting to activate a force field generator. A grot raised a spanner. Thane crushed it beneath one boot, without looking down. The Terminators formed a wedge. Power fists pulped orcs against one another. Chain fists cut through copper pylons and mega armor alike. One Black Legion warrior seized a knob by the throat and fired his combi bolter into the creature's abdomen until the orc's lower body came apart. The Waaagh surged around them. Boys fired into the melee without regard for whom they struck. Slugs flattened against Terminator plate or punched through other greenskins. Rockets crossed the camp at head height, trailing black smoke. One struck a copper tower and showered the battlefield in molten metal. Thane saw Zagdaka ahead. The weird boy hung. Within the scaffold, chains taut, green fire pouring from his skull. Target acquired. His warriors tightened formation. For several minutes, the Black Legion became an advancing execution. Nothing stopped them. Minders died beneath power weapons. Mechs were torn from control stations. Chanting mobs were burned away by heavy flamers, their bodies collapsing into piles of blackened muscle and cracked tusks. Thane climbed the first scaffold steps. Zagdaka looked down at him. The weird boy's face twisted in terror. No. Thane raised his axe. Zagdaka panicked. There was no incantation, no measured drawing of power. The weird boy screamed because death was climbing toward him. The Waaagh answered. Green light erupted from his body. It did not spread like flame. It expanded as a perfect sphere, passing through flesh, armor, machines, and earth. Everything it touched became translucent. Orcs turned into green silhouettes. Terminator plate dissolved into lines of light. Vehicles, towers, and sections of fortification lost their weight. Thane drove his axe into the scaffold. The blade found nothing solid. Then the world vanished. Across Karadrax, reality ruptured. An orc mob materialized inside an ammunition depot beneath Bastion Secundus. Boys appeared among stacked macro shells and immediately opened fire upon the terrified loaders. Shooter rounds struck detonator housings. The first explosion consumed the depot before either side understood what had occurred. Commandos appeared inside a command bunker still covered in sewage from the underworld. They found mortal officers bent over a tactical table. For a heartbeat, both groups stared at one another. Then the orcs grinned. A Black Legion squad vanished from a defensive wall and reappeared above a lava reservoir. Their armor protected them from the heat for seconds as they fell. One activated his jump pack, despite having no jump pack. Another fired his bolter at the molten surface until it swallowed him. A predator materialized 3 kilometers above the eastern plains. Its crew had time to see the ground. The tank struck among a marching slave regiment and became a crater filled with metal, blood, and burning fuel. A mob of grots appeared within a surface-to-orbit lance chamber. They fled from the weapon's humming coils, touched every control they passed, and redirected the next discharge into a neighboring gun bastion. A battle wagon materialized halfway through the wall of Fortress Morn. Its front half entered the command gallery. Its rear remained fused within ferrocrete. Orcs, armor plate, stone, and human bodies became one screaming structure. A gunner protruded from the wall at the waist. His legs merged into the battle wagon's engine. Each piston stroke broke his spine again. The vehicle's main weapon remained functional. Its crew fired into the fortress until the recoil tore them apart. Mordrek Thane returned to existence inside a slave barracks. His armored bulk displaced bunks, flooring, and dozens of sleeping men. Bodies ruptured beneath him. One worker became trapped inside the material of his left greave, face visible through cracked ceramite, mouth opening and closing without sound. Thane tore his leg free. The man came apart around it. The barracks erupted in panic. Slaves fled towards sealed doors. Some fell and disappeared beneath the crowd. Others clawed over bunks, screaming at the black-armored giant who had appeared among them. Thane's helm display showed nothing but interference. Ebon Gauntlet, respond. Static. A voice answered from very far away. Champion, inside reactor, cannot... The transmission ended in screaming metal. Another warrior spoke. Falling. By the War Master, I am... Silence. Thane activated his locator beacon. It returned no friendly signals close enough to reach. His terminators were scattered across the world. Most were dead. The weird boy remained alive. For the first time in centuries, Mordric Thane had been removed from a battlefield by an enemy who had not defeated him in combat. Rage entered him slowly. He checked the nearest strategic marker. The primary shield complex lay less than 200 kilometers away. Withdrawal would mean returning to Gaal with failure. Thane walked toward the barracks doors. The slaves crowded away from him. One had fallen across the threshold. Thane stepped upon his back. Ribs broke beneath the weight. Open it! A trembling worker entered the release code. The doors parted. Thane killed him anyway and continued alone. At the captured manufactorum, Grugcrack watched Orks appear from nowhere. A mob materialized upside down above the assembly floor and fell onto a conveyor line. Another emerged inside a fuel tank and drowned before understanding where it had gone. A deaf dread appeared upon the roof, legs fused into the metal, guns firing at clouds. Grugcrack looked toward Rukgob. The Big Mech's iron jaw hung open. Did you do that? No. Did Zagdaka? Probably. Can he do it again? Rukgob glanced toward the horizon, where green lightning stabbed into the clouds. Probably not on purpose. A Vox unit beside Grugcrack burst into overlapping reports. Boys shouted from inside Black Legion arsenals, bunker complexes, generator halls and artillery positions. Most had no idea where they were. Grugcrack seized the transmitter. All you gits, listen. The channels remained chaotic. He struck the Vox hard enough to dent it. Every receiver across the Waaagh carried the impact as thunder. If you popped up behind the black gits, smash whatever looks important, an Orc voice answered. What looks important? Big stuff, glowy stuff, stuff they tells you not to touch. What if it ain't important? Smash it anyway. The Waaagh obeyed, not as a single army, as thousands of sudden disasters. Boys attacked control rooms because the walls were clean. Tank busters fired into reactor housings because warning symbols made them look valuable. Grots pulled cables from command engines. Knobs followed whichever corridor contained the most heavily armed defenders. Black Legion Command attempted to respond. Every breach generated demands for reserves. Every commander claimed his position was essential. Orders crossed, changed, and died inside corrupted Vox networks. Legionaries moved toward one crisis, while another opened behind them. The Orcs needed no central plan. Destruction itself selected their targets. Within the primary generator cathedral, priests of the Dark Mechanicum chanted around the planetary shield nexus. The cathedral occupied a mountain hollowed into a single machine chamber. Shield reactors rose like black towers beneath vaulted arches. Sacrificial bodies hung from conductive chains, skin burning as energy passed through them. Green light appeared above the central aisle. The priests looked up. A stomper materialized inside the cathedral. It was too large for the chamber. Its feet fused into the reactor floor. One arm became embedded within a shield tower. Sections of its hull merged with the ceiling, trapping boys inside armor and stone. The machine could not walk. Its guns still turned. The Orc crew began firing. Kill cannon shells struck reactor columns. Big shooters raked control galleries. Rockets launched into the vaulted roof and returned as falling fire. Dark Mechanicum adepts disappeared beneath explosions. Burning bodies swung from the conductive chains. The shield nexus destabilized. Machine warnings became screams. A tech priest climbed onto the stomper's hull and attempted to enter through an access hatch. The hatch opened. Orcs dragged him inside. His severed mechanical limbs were thrown out moments later. The stomper's reactor ruptured. The generator cathedral expanded in a sphere of green and violet fire. The mountain broke open. Across Karadrax, the planetary shields failed. Pale light that had curved over fortress zones flickered and vanished. Defense augurs screamed as the atmosphere became exposed to the full Ork armada. For one moment, the sky was empty. Then the Waaagh descended. Kill cruisers fired from low orbit. Shells large enough to level districts crossed the atmosphere, trailing flame. Cargo landers, scrap barges and rocks fell through the clouds in numbers that turned day into a storm-lit dusk. Some burned apart before reaching the ground. Their wreckage killed millions. Others struck intact and opened. Greenskins poured from them. Burning rocks fell upon every continent. One crushed a fortress zone beneath a crater of molten stone. Another struck an oceanless basin and split open, releasing buoys into trenches filled with poisoned sludge. A third landed inside a Chaos Knight foundry and buried half its occupants, while the surviving Orks began looting the machines. Bastion Primus shook beneath repeated impacts. The hololithic display around Waaagh failed to distinguish armies from territory. Green runes spread through every defense region. Bastions vanished. Orbital batteries ceased responding. Supply routes changed color and disappeared beneath interference. Kira stood beside him, blood running from the wound beneath his armor. "The field has broken containment," the sorcerer said. Gal watched the western continent turn green, then the southern, then the fortress belt around the orbital elevator. He had treated the Waaagh as an army to be decapitated, channeled and destroyed. Armies depended upon command, supply and survival. This was not an army. It was a planetary condition. Karadrax was no longer suppressing an invasion. It was being consumed by one. Waaagh abandoned Karadrax by degrees. He did not declare the world lost. He did not name the retreat a retreat. Such language belonged to lesser commanders, men who required lies before they could endure necessity. He simply removed most of the planet from his calculations. The hololithic globe turned above the strategium floor, its 6 continents drowned beneath spreading green interference. Fortress zones blinked out one after another. Defense batteries answered command challenges with static, Ork laughter, or the dying prayers of their crews. Manufactoria, once responsible for arming entire fleets, burned uncontrolled, their chimneys throwing black pillars high enough to stain the upper atmosphere. Gal reduced the strategic display to 3 black and gold runes: the central arsenal, the evacuation starport, the astropathic vault. Everything else vanished. "The arsenal preserves the munitions still capable of extraction," he said. "The starport preserves the means. The vault contains the War Master's encrypted campaign archives and cannot be permitted to fall." Sorcerer Kira stood to his right, one hand pressed against the drill wound beneath his armor. Green light leaked intermittently from the seams. "And the remaining population? Expendable. The western fortress zones? Expendable. The orbital elevator? Already lost." Warpsmith Cord's rebuilt mechadendrites shifted behind him. "The planet's industrial integrity will not survive concentration upon only 3 objectives. The planet's industrial integrity no longer exists." Gal enlarged the central transit corridors. Ork movements filled them in thick streams. "We cease preserving ground. We preserve assets. Every defense line will delay, kill, and withdraw. Every structure beyond the designated perimeter is authorized for destruction." One mortal officer dared to speak. "My lord, several 100 million laborers remain within the northern refinery basins." Gal looked at him. The officer's mouth closed. "Open the toxic reservoirs," Gal said. The dams broke before the command conference ended. They had once held oceans of chemical waste behind ferrocrete walls, hundreds of meters high. Explosive charges opened them along their foundations. Contaminated fluids surged across the lowlands in black waves, carrying rust, corpses, industrial acids, and mutagenic sludge. Ork camps vanished beneath it. Boys climbed workshop towers as the flood tore vehicles from the ground. Grots disappeared in shrieking masses. Battle wagons rolled sideways, guns still firing as they were carried into refineries and crushed against support columns. The human districts drowned with them. Workers trapped inside hab blocks hammered upon sealed windows until the pressure broke the walls inward. Men were stripped of skin within moments of entering the water. Those who climbed above the first surge breathed fumes that liquefied their lungs. The flood reached the reactor planes and ignited. Fire crossed the surface for hundreds of kilometers. Gal ordered the eastern complexes ruptured next. Reactor cores overloaded beneath abandoned cities. Radiation swept across the invasion routes in invisible walls. Mortal soldiers caught outside protective bunkers vomited blood into their respirators and continued standing watch because no withdrawal order arrived. Orks marched through the fallout laughing, flesh blistering beneath their armor, until tumors swelled across their throats and their legs collapsed. The war boss sent fresh mobs over their bodies. In the south, entire mountain ranges had been prepared during the first days of the invasion. Mining charges slept beneath ridgelines, transport tunnels, and artillery galleries. Gal gave the word. The mountains fell. Stone rolled down invasion corridors in continent-shaking avalanches. Stompers vanished beneath cliffs. Gargantuan squiggoths were broken under millions of tons of contaminated rock, their bodies bursting wide enough to drown nearby boys in blood. Mortal defense formations disappeared with them, banners and gun emplacements swallowed before warning could reach the trenches. The destruction bought distance. The Legion used it without waste. Black legionaries withdrew from the outer fortress belt in disciplined echelons. One squad fired while another moved. Bolter volleys tore the leading Orks apart, and the legionaries behind them stepped over the bodies without breaking formation. Havocs occupied pre-sighted towers overlooking the transit causeways. A column of looted tanks entered the killing lane. Lascannons fired. The first beam cut through a battle wagon's engine block and turned the crew compartment into a furnace. The second severed the tracks from a captured predator. The third struck a gun wagon's ammunition bed, hurling the turret into the air along with the knob standing upon it. The Havocs fired until the Orks located their position. Then raptors descended from the smoke. Jump packs screamed as the Black Legion warriors fell among exposed command mobs. Chain blades opened Ork torsos. Lightning claws passed through crude armor, muscle and bone with equal ease. A raptor seized a banner bearer, lifted him above the mob, and tore him apart between both hands. The command mob died before the boys surrounding it understood the attack had begun. The raptors vanished behind the next defense line. Every kilometer cost the greenskins mountains of flesh. The green tide climbed those mountains and came on. Marshal Joran Krail received his final strategic assignment in a command bunker beneath the Iron Gorge. The pass divided two mountain chains west of the central arsenal. Its walls rose as black cliffs, scarred by gun emplacements, freight rails, and ancient mining works. Every major surface route toward the inner fortress zones passed through it. Nearly 500 million soldiers of the Ashen Host occupied the gorge. The number looked powerful upon a tactical display. Krail had walked among them. He knew better. Many had not eaten in 4 days. Their uniforms hung loosely from bodies reduced by ration cuts. Autogun magazines had been refilled with mismatched rounds pulled from dead men's pouches. Artillery barrels were worn smooth, their rifling burned away through constant fire. Tank crews stripped wrecks for fuel and used filtered waste as coolant. The command channel opened. Gal's voice entered the bunker. "You will hold for 12 hours. Krail looked at the map. Enemy concentration? Beyond useful measurement. Ammunition reserves permit perhaps 4 hours of sustained engagement. Then ration your fire. Extraction after the assigned delay? No." Colonel Vare stood beside Krail, face colorless beneath the lumen glow. Krail kept his voice level. "Do you require the surviving command cadre returned to the arsenal?" I require the gorge held. The channel closed. Waaagh stared at the dead Vox. He did not answer. He did. Krail walked to the bunker's observation slit. The iron gorge had become a fortress made from scarcity. Trenches crossed the valley floor in layered belts. Minefields filled every open approach. Wrecked tanks had been dragged into barricades, their turrets welded into fixed firing positions. Artillery pits occupied terraces cut into the mountain walls. Corpse barricades filled the gaps. Dead laborers, soldiers and prisoners had been stacked beneath sheets of wire. Frozen bodies formed parapets. Limbs protruded through firing slits. Men crouched behind the remains of others who had worn the same uniform days earlier. Every weapon possessed a pre-plotted arc. Every artillery battery had assigned coordinates. Every retreat route ended beneath another gun line. Krail gave one further order. Chain the heavy weapon crews to their mounts. Waaagh looked at him. They will know what that means. They already know. Iron shackles were fixed around ankles and gun supports. Men protested until overseers shot, the first who attempted resistance. Heavy bolter crews stood beside weapons they could no longer abandon. Autocannon loaders were chained to ammunition cages. Artillerymen were locked inside casemates and given no keys. The final hours passed beneath distant thunder. Then the Orks came. The first ranks appeared as a line of green bodies filling the width of the gorge. Behind them came more. Boys advanced beneath clan banners and clouds of oily smoke. Gun wagons crawled among them, wheels crushing those too slow to move aside. Dread mobs clanked between packed infantry, claws opening and closing. Squiggoths pushed through the tide with artillery towers strapped to their backs. Stompers followed. Their heads rose above the smoke, iron faces grinning beneath hundreds of guns. Grugcrack stood atop his battle wagon at the center of the army. He looked into the gorge and saw trenches, artillery, mines and 500 million armed Humies waiting to die. Straight through, he said. Rookgob stood beside him, studying the defensive walls. Loads of guns in there. Yeah, could go round. Grugcrack turned one red eye toward him. Rookgob scratched his iron jaw. Or we could go straight through. The warboss raised his power claw. The Waaagh charged. Artillery opened fire from the gorge. The first barrage struck the Ork front and removed entire mobs from existence. Bodies became pieces. Pieces became red and green rain. Explosions walked backward through the horde, shattering gun wagons and lifting dread engines from the ground. The Orks continued through their own falling dead. Minefields erupted beneath them. Boys disappeared in columns of dirt and limbs. Squigs ran ahead, triggered explosives, and scattered burning fragments across the valley floor. The ashen host waited. Krail watched the range counters fall. Hold. Ork guns fired first. Rockets struck the outer trenches. Men vanished beneath showers of earth. Kill cannon shells collapsed gun pits and buried chained crews alive. One stomp around entered an artillery casemate and burst among the stored shells. The mountain wall opened in a flower of fire and powdered stone. Hold, Krail repeated. The green tide reached the final markers. Fire. The gorge became a single weapon. Autoguns, heavy bolters, autocannons, lascannons, flamers and artillery discharged together. The sound struck harder than weather. Millions of rounds crossed the pass. Orks came apart in ranks. Heavy bolter shells detonated inside torsos and hurled pieces into those behind them. Autocannon fire cut knobs in half. Flamers turned the first trench approaches into rivers of burning bodies. The Orks climbed them. They used their dead as ramps across mine craters. Boys crawled over mounds of severed limbs and burst torsos, boots sinking into open wounds. Knobs kicked smaller greenskins ahead to absorb fire. The outer trenches disappeared beneath the impact. Traitor soldiers fired until Orks fell across the parapets and blocked their weapons. Bayonets thrust through gaps between bodies. Men beneath the pile continued shooting upward, muzzle flashes illuminating crushed faces and green flesh. Choppers punched down. One blade
soldier's mouth and split his head against the trench wall. Another passed through 3 men packed together beneath a dead knob. Power claws reached into firing bays and pulled defenders out by the handful. Heavy bolter barrels glowed orange. The chained crews poured coolant over them. Steam scalded hands and faces. The weapons continued firing until the barrels softened and bent. One ruptured at the breech, shredding the gunner and loader with metal fragments. The next crew dragged the ruined weapon aside and took its place despite having no gun left to serve. Blood filled the drainage channels. It rose over boots. Helmets floated past command posts, beside severed hands and strips of uniform. Men slipped in the gore and drowned beneath bodies that still twitched. Hours passed without the battle changing shape. The Orks advanced. The Ashen host died. Krail watched entire defensive belts vanish one after another. 3rd artillery tier exhausted. Vare reported. Use demolition stock. Those charges are assigned to the gorge walls. Not yet. A Vox operator turned from his console. Marshal, irregular transmissions from the evacuation starport. Krail looked toward him. What?
Nature, maintenance traffic, authentication is valid, but the phrasing is inconsistent. Put it through. A voice spoke in low Gothic, badly pronounced beneath mechanical distortion. Fuel line inspection complete. Guidance array opened for sanctioned correction. No fault present. Everything is normal. Krail's expression hardened. Origin? The operator checked. Sub-level maintenance tunnels. Krail understood. The green tide in the gorge was too direct, too costly even by Ork standards. Grugkrak wanted the Black Legion staring at the largest battle on the planet. Contact the starport. Demand visual confirmation. No reply came. Far to the east, Skargrim's sneak sticker wore the bloodied coat of a dead maintenance overseer across his armor. It failed to conceal his size. It did not need to. The starport was collapsing beneath panic. Cargo crews loaded ammunition and relics without manifest checks. Soldiers crowded landing fields. Servitors dragged fuel hoses between heavy transports, while officers screamed contradictory orders. Skargrim's commandos moved through the chaos, carrying stolen identification tablets. Every checkpoint accepted the codes. Those that did not were silenced in maintenance passages. Commandos fixed charges along the primary fuel mains. They cut open guidance arrays and filled their interiors with scrap, severed wires, and small explosive devices. Flight control cogitators received false approach vectors. Transport beacons were redirected toward occupied landing bays. One commando held up a severed technician's hand. Need this? Skargrim examined the biometric seal. Nah. He ate 2 fingers and threw the rest into a turbine intake. At the Iron Gorge, the battle entered its final hour. Krail's command bunker shook beneath impacts. Dust fell from the ceiling. Half the tactical display had gone dark. We have confirmation, the Vox operator said. The starport is compromised. Krail opened a priority channel. Bastion Primus, this is Marshal Krail. Enemy infiltration at the evacuation starport. Repeat, enemy infiltration within the starport. Gal answered at once. Understood. The gorge assault is a diversion. Also understood. Krail looked at Vare. The colonel lowered his gaze. Our assigned delay is complete, Krail said. Request extraction for surviving command elements. Denied. We still possess functioning aircraft. They are required elsewhere. Krail's hand tightened around the Vox receiver. There are hundreds of millions still fighting. They have fulfilled their function. The buried warheads beneath the gorge changed status upon the tactical display. Gal possessed the activation codes. Krail saw them arm. He released the Vox. Clear the command bunker, Vare said. There is nowhere to clear it to. The mountains detonated. Charges buried through both gorge walls fired in sequence. Cliffs fractured from base to summit. Millions of tons of contaminated stone began to move. The Orks saw the mountains falling and roared louder. The Ashen host looked up. Some men prayed to the War Master. Some cursed him. Most simply stopped firing. The first avalanche crossed the gorge and buried armies beneath it. Stompus vanished under collapsing ridgelines. Squiggoths burst beneath the weight, blood spraying across entire formations. Trenches folded, tanks flattened. Men and orcs became layers of meat pressed between stone. The command bunker roof came down. Vare disappeared beneath it. Krail remained standing for one final heartbeat as the walls converged. The ashen host ceased to exist. At the evacuation starport, Skargrim heard the distant detonation through the ground. He pressed the trigger. Fuel mains erupted. Prometheum towers became pillars of white fire. Voidcraft toppled from their loading cradles. One transport, its holds packed with macro shells, rolled across the landing field and struck another vessel before exploding. Guidance systems failed simultaneously. A descending heavy lander received false coordinates and drove directly into a launch tower. Both structures collapsed upon ranks of waiting soldiers. Another transport activated its engines inside a sealed hangar, incinerating thousands before ramming through the roof. Loaded craft attempted emergency ascent. They collided above the field, burning. Wreckage fell among the ammunition stores. From Bastion Primus, Gal watched the Iron Gorge disappear from the map. Then the starport vanished in fire. He had spent nearly 500 million soldiers to purchase 12 hours. He had destroyed the gorge to kill the orcs gathered within it. He had preserved neither the starport nor the means of evacuation. A captured Vox channel opened beside him. Skargrim's voice emerged softly through the static. "Dat was sneaky, weren't it?" The channel died. Gal stood before the burning world and said nothing. The surviving warships descended toward Karadrax, like carrion birds returning to a corpse. They came through an atmosphere thick with soot, radioactive ash, and the burning fragments of dead vessels. Black Legion cruisers lowered their armored bellies into the upper cloud banks, while escort frigates prowled around them, lance batteries searching the darkness for movement. Their hulls bore wounds from the first Void battle. Armor had been stripped away in kilometer-long scars. Gun decks stood open to vacuum. Corpse banners froze against broken prows. They had returned because Karadrax still held things more valuable than the men dying upon it. Gene seed, relics carried from the wars of the old legions, demon weapons whose names had been purchased with worlds, munitions sanctified for campaigns yet to begin, the encrypted archives of Ezekiel Abaddon, Warmaster of the Black Legion. The destruction of the evacuation starport had killed the principal teleport arrays. No mass translocation remained possible. Every surviving artifact, casket, and data reliquary had to be lifted from the surface in shuttles, cargo landers, and armored ascent craft. That required the fleet to enter low orbit. It required them to come within reach of the guns the Orks had captured. Varrock Gal stood within the command sanctum of the cruiser Malice Unbound and watched Karadrax fill the armor-glass viewport. The world had become green in the language of war. Orc fires burned across every continent. Scrap fortresses rose around the primary orbital elevator. Smoke from ruined manufactoria formed storms broad enough to conceal armies. Burning rocks lay embedded in mountain ranges, their interiors still disgorging buoys into the surrounding wastes. Fleet runes gathered above the hololithic chart. Many were damaged. Some flickered because the ships they represented were already dying. "The relic barges are lifting from the central arsenal," reported the mortal master of signals. "Gene seed convoy follows. Ammunition transports delayed by surface fighting." Gal regarded the approach corridors. "What escorts remain available?" 7 frigates, 3 defense monitors. The cruisers Malice Unbound, Oath of Ash, and Carrion Testament. The Blooded Oath reports reactor instability. "Assign it to the outer screen." The signals master hesitated. "It may not survive sustained maneuver." "It does not need to." A second display showed hundreds of refugee barges climbing through the atmosphere. They were crude vessels, little more than cargo holds fitted with engines and pressure seals. Millions of surviving soldiers, Slaves, laborers, and technical adepts crowded within them. They had launched without authorization. Some carried men valuable enough to rebuild the depot if a reclamation force returned. Most carried only bodies. "Refugee traffic is obstructing the ascent lanes," the Master of Signals said. "Remove escort priority." "My lord, the technical cadres aboard Barge 9 possess the only surviving personnel trained to service the plasma coil foundries. The foundries are lost. There are millions aboard the civilian hulls." Gal looked toward him. The man's face tightened. "Redirect every escort to strategic cargo," Gal said. "Any refugee vessel that enters a protected corridor will be destroyed." The order passed through the fleet. Escort frigates altered course. Refugee barges continued upward alone. The Orks found them almost at once. Dakka jets descended through the cloud layer in shrieking mobs. Their engines left black trails behind them. Some aircraft possessed wings of unequal length. Others carried more guns than their frames could support. They jostled, rammed one another, and opened fire before entering effective range. The first refugee barge disappeared beneath tracer fire. Rounds tore through its thin hull. Atmosphere vented in white streams. Men crowded around ruptures and were sucked into the sky, spinning with mouths open as freezing air flayed moisture from their eyes and lungs. The barge's engines kept burning. A fighter bomber struck it from above. Both vessels fell toward Karadrax, wrapped together in flame. Other Ork aircraft swarmed the escaping transports like carrion feeders descending upon exposed meat. They fired into engines, rammed cockpits, and landed boys upon hulls using grapnels and magnetic boots. Inside one refugee ship, soldiers hammered against sealed pressure doors, while Orks cut through from outside. The first hydraulic claw entered through the metal and closed around a man's torso. It pulled him through an opening narrower than his shoulders. His ribs broke. His skin peeled from his back. His hips lodged for a moment before the claw tore him apart, leaving his lower body kicking upon the deck. The Orks forced the breach wider. They entered laughing. Above them, the Black Legion fleet exchanged fire with the captured orbital ring. Big Mech Rukgob had transformed the surviving stations into weapons that offended every principle of voidcraft construction. Defense lasers had been repaired with generator coils torn from cargo ships. Their focusing assemblies were held in place by chains, scrap braces, and thousands of grots, ordered to strike the housings whenever the beams lost coherence. Additional guns covered the station hulls. Kill cannons protruded from docking ports. Rocket racks occupied observation galleries. Captured macro-cannon turrets had been welded upside down across rotating habitation rings, their ammunition feeds running through compartments still filled with human dead. Power came from whatever the mechs had found. Plasma generators fed systems designed for chemical reactors. Force field coils shared conduits with loading cranes. Damaged demon engines were chained inside generator halls so their rage could be harvested through cables hammered into their armor. None of it should have functioned. Much of it did not. A defense laser fired and cut one of its own station arms in half. The Orks cheered. The next beam struck the Carrion Testament across its void shields. Green light swallowed the cruiser's flank. Shields collapsed in sequence. Armor blackened across several gun decks. Thousands of crewmen died as compartments filled with heat, intense enough to fuse flesh to walls. The Black Legion answered. Lance batteries struck the captured station. One Ork gun tower vanished. Another remained attached by a single support and continued firing while grots crawled across it with welding torches. Across thousands of kilometers, cruisers traded violence measured in cities. Within their hulls, men and transhuman warriors killed at arm's reach. Boarding pods struck the Oath of Ash along its ventral spine. The first failed to penetrate and tumbled away. The second buried its iron jaws within a gun deck. The third entered through a chapel wall and crushed hundreds of mortal armsmen beneath its prow. Pressure doors sealed. Orks opened them with hydraulic claws. The first door folded inward. Boys surged through the gap, filling the passage shoulder to shoulder. Black Legion defenders waited at the far end beneath the Eye of Horus. Their bolters fired. The corridor became an abattoir. Mass reactive shells entered packed bodies and detonated inside them. Orc skulls burst against the ceiling. Rib cages opened in blossoms of bone. Green organs struck the walls and slid down in steaming ropes. The boys behind pushed through the remains. They climbed over corpses until the pile rose high enough to block the passage. Some fired through the bodies of those in front. Slugs struck ceramite and screamed away as ricochets, punching through other orcs, mortal crewmen, and exposed pipes. A legionary stepped onto the mound. He fired downward until his bolter locked empty. Then he drew his chainsword. The blade entered an orc's collar and chewed through spine, shoulder, and upper chest. Teeth flung fragments of bone across his helm. A knob caught the weapon in one hand and pulled the legionary forward. The Black Legion warrior headbutted him hard enough to break one tusk. The knob laughed and drove a power claw through his abdomen. Ceramite split. The claw emerged from the legionary's back, carrying loops of intestine and fragments of spinal plating. The knob opened the weapon, tearing the warrior's torso into 4 sections. The legionary's upper body remained alive. He reached for a grenade. The detonation erased both of them. Elsewhere aboard the ship, boarding torpedoes delivered Black Legion counter-assault cadres into the Orc pods. Legionaries fought through the connected wreckage, entered the assault craft, and destroyed them from within. Entire boarding mobs died when pressure seals were opened, and their bodies were expelled into the void in tumbling streams. The battles possessed no center, only wounds. Rukgob stood upon the command deck of the captured orbital loading station and watched a weapon that had never existed prepare to fire. The gravitic engine had once moved macro cannon shells between storage rails. Its primary assembly now occupied the station's outer spine, connected to Orc force field generators through cables as thick as tree trunks. At its heart hung the demon-bound targeting core stolen from Vault 19. The core had no body. It was a cage of brass, black crystal, and screaming light. Faces moved within the crystal. Every surface had been covered with Orc glyphs, many hammered directly over the binding script. Mechs surrounded the controls. Grots occupied cages attached to the power relays. They held metal rods connected to the generator and screamed whenever current passed through them. Beyond the station drifted a burning transport. Its engines had failed. Its holds remained full of corpses and damaged ammunition. Rukgob pointed at it. "Load dat." A mech stared through the viewport. "That's a whole ship." "Yeah. Guns meant for shells." "Dat is a shell." The gravitic engine engaged. The transport changed direction. Its shattered hull slid toward the loading rails, dragging bodies and debris behind it. Station braces groaned as the machine attempted to control mass far beyond its design limit. Half the connected generators exploded. Grots disappeared in flashes of green fire. The demon core opened every mouth within itself. 1,000 voices screamed. Rukgob struck the firing lever. The transport vanished. It reappeared across the flank of the Carrion Testament. Green energy surrounded it, folding distance into a single violent instant. The burning vessel struck before the cruiser's void shields recognized an incoming threat. Its prow entered the Black Legion ship through the lower gun decks. Armor folded around armor. The transport drove through compartments, chapels, barracks, and engine conduits, carrying compressed bodies before it like pulp beneath a blade. Men were smeared across bulkheads. Legionaries disappeared within converging decks. Bound demons burst from shattered reliquaries and materialized in open vacuum, clawing at both ships as they died. The transport's ammunition ignited. The Carrion Testament broke in half. Thousands of bodies spilled from its open center. Armored warriors, slaves, demons, servitors, and engine fragments rotated together through fire and darkness. Rukgob stared at the destruction. His jaw opened slowly. "Do that again." Upon the surface, Draxil Cord felt the demon core fire. It cried through every machine under his authority. Servitors turned toward the sky. Demon engines pulled against their chains. Cogitators displayed the same impossible image, an orc glyph painted over an eye of Horus. Cord entered the noosphere. His consciousness traveled through defense channels, corrupted relays, and half-dead command engines. He found the targeting core inside the captured station, its true name buried beneath layers of scrap code and crude command impulses. He spoke the name. The demon recognized him. For one instant, the station's weapons ceased firing. Cord tightened his will around the core. "You are bound," he transmitted. "Reject the vermin. Return to your maker." The entity answered with laughter. The sound contained artillery, tearing metal, and the final screams of men trapped inside collapsing ships. The Orks had not mastered it. They had ruined it beyond obedience. Constant violence had stripped away every impulse except hunger. Their modifications fed it pain without hierarchy, slaughter without ritual, freedom without release. It no longer wanted a master. The demon core opened itself to Karadrax. Scrap code flooded the defense network. Servitors convulsed at their stations. Their eyes burst as corrupted signals entered their cranial implants. Automated turrets turned away from Orc formations and fired into Black Legion trenches. Loading cranes seized legionaries and crushed them against fortress walls. Within Bastion Primus, security guns opened fire upon the command galleries. Black Legion warriors destroyed them, but not before mortal officers were cut apart. One man lost the upper half of his skull and continued standing until his body folded across a tactical console. Cord severed his connection. Blood and oil ran from his mouth grill. "It refuses," he said. Kyrus watched green corruption crawl across the strategium displays. "No, it has chosen." In orbit, Grugcrack boarded the primary command bastion. His assault rock had struck the station through its central spine. The impact killed most of the boys inside. Grugcrack crawled from the wreckage beneath bodies, broken armor, and leaking fuel. He emerged laughing. Mega-armored knobs followed him into corridors where gravity had failed. Blood floated in spheres. Severed bodies rotated slowly between walls, arms trailing behind them. Shell casings drifted through the air. Flames burned as wavering globes around ruptured fuel lines. The station defenders fired from junctions ahead. Grugcrack pushed a dead knob before him as a shield. Bolts detonated inside the corpse, rupturing it from within. Organs and armor fragments spread outward in a red cloud. He threw the remains aside and charged. His magnetic boots struck the deck in crushing steps. The lack of gravity did not make him graceful. It made every impact harder to correct. A Black Legionary came through the blood mist with a power sword. The blade opened Grugcrack's shoulder plate. The warboss caught the warrior's arm and slammed him into the ceiling. He struck again. The helm cracked. A third impact drove the legionary's head into his chest cavity. Grugcrack released him. The corpse remained against the ceiling, armor embedded in the metal. The knobs reached the command chamber. Hydraulic claws tore the blast doors apart. The station commander waited beyond them, in void-sealed carapace armor, surrounded by mortal naval guards. He fired a plasma pistol. The shot burned through one knob's face and emerged from the back of his helm, carrying molten skull. Grugcrack seized the commander before he could fire again. He carried the man toward the armor-glass viewport. Below them, Karadrax burned. "You did not conquer this station," the commander said through clenched teeth. "You infested it." Grugcrack pressed him against the window. Armor-glass groaned. "Same thing." The commander's suit compressed. Ribs broke first. Blood filled his mouth and spread across the inside of his visor. Grugcrack pushed harder. The man's abdomen collapsed. Organs ruptured beneath the armor, swelling the suit with blood. The commander screamed until his lungs tore. Grugcrack continued pressing until bone fragments punched through the man's back and scraped against the glass. Then he released him. The body drifted away, suit filled with its own remains. The command bastion belonged to the Orks. Across Karadrax, captured artillery turned toward the evacuation lanes. Surface-to-orbit macro cannons fired from mountain redoubts and fortress ruins. Shells climbed through the atmosphere, trailing fire. Ork gunners did not possess the precision of the former crews. They compensated with volume. Gal watched the ascent corridor close beneath incoming fire. Several Black Legion vessels escaped. Everyone required sacrifice. Frigates moved ahead of the cruisers and drew the first volleys. Defense monitors interposed themselves between strategic transports and captured lances. Cargo vessels carrying mortal survivors were forced onto false routes, so Ork gunners would reveal firing positions. The Blooded Oath received the final command. "Advance to shield the Gene Seed convoy," Gal ordered. Its captain answered without hesitation. "For the War Master." The damaged cruiser rolled across the firing line. 3 macro shells struck it. The first destroyed the prow. The second entered the reactor decks. The third broke the ship open. Behind its burning corpse, the Gene Seed transports climbed toward the outer system. A warning rune appeared beside the astropathic relay moon. Orks had reached its defense perimeter. The moon housed Abaddon's long-range communications archive, encrypted crusade routes, and the psychic relay through which Karadrax spoke to distant Black Legion fleets. Gal opened the scuttling channel. "Destroy the relay." A mortal voice answered from the moon. "My lord, evacuation is incomplete. Destroy it. We require 3 minutes to overload the core." Rukgob's weapon fired before the first minute passed. A wrecked defense monitor vanished from the orbital station. It returned within the relay moon's surface. The moon split. Its citadel opened along a glowing fracture. Towers collapsed into the depths. Astropathic chambers ruptured. Thousands of psychers died together, their minds torn open before their bodies burned. The psychic scream crossed Karadrax. Zagdaka heard it. The weird boy hung from his copper tower, skin smoking, eyes filled with green fire. Every dead astropath entered him at once. Their final thoughts became hooks inside his skull. Their terror carried one image with perfect clarity: a throne aboard a ship older than empires, a figure in black and gold, eyes watching across the warp. Zagdaka's body became still. The Minders lowered their clubs. When he spoke, the voice was not his. The War Master knows. The Ebon Redoubt had been built to contain conquest. Its walls enclosed enough ammunition to sustain invasions across a sector. Shell magazines descended through bedrock in armored tiers. Fuel cisterns occupied caverns wider than hive districts. Tanks stood in ordered ranks beneath vaulted roofs, black hulls waiting for crews who would never come. Beneath the armories lay older treasures. Relic vaults held weapons carried through the long war. Gene Seed crypts rested behind adamantium gates, their caskets watched by servitors whose eyes had been removed to deny them even the possibility of betrayal. Demon cages occupied the lowest levels, circles of inscribed iron surrounding entities that whispered promises into the dreams of every mortal born within 100 kilometers. At the heart of the fortress waited the unfinished Blackstone weapon. It had no name. Names gave demons purchase, and warpsmith Draxil Cord refused to grant one to a machine still incomplete. The weapon occupied an excavation beneath the central citadel. Blackstone veins rose around a hollow core, each carved from fragments stolen from worlds the Imperium believed lost. Conduits fed into it from the arsenal's warp-reactive ammunition reserves. Had it been completed, it might have silenced the Empyrean across an entire system, or torn reality open with equal ease. It had been intended for a future Black Crusade. Now, it would serve as a grave. The surviving Black Legion withdrew behind the redoubt's layered walls beneath a sky filled with fire. Land raiders entered through gates already closing. Predators reversed into prepared firing bays. Raptors descended onto battlements slick with chemical rain. Mortal troops crowded the causeways between them, uniforms burned, eyes hollow, weapons carried by men too exhausted to remember the last time they had slept. Those who fell were trampled. Those who could not rise were shot. The gates sealed upon the Orc horizon. Waaagh stood within the command bastion and watched the final defensive runes ignite. "The fortress survives," said a mortal adjutant. "For the moment," Gal replied. Warpsmith Cord stood beside the tactical throne. Fresh mechadendrites moved behind him, their metal still unblackened by battle. His damaged armor had been repaired with plates taken from dead legionaries. "The outer shield generators remain functional," Cord said. "The western magazines are intact. The central weapon can be awakened, but not completed. It does not need completion." Cord's optics narrowed. Gal turned from the display. "You will prepare the arsenal for destruction." Silence settled over the chamber. Even Kiras looked away from the green distortion crawling across the hololith. Cord's voice became colder than machine cant. "The detonation of warp reactive stockpiles in proximity to the Blackstone core will not produce a conventional explosion. That is why I selected them. The reaction may open a breach into the immaterium. It will. The central continent could be consumed." Gal looked toward the fortress walls, beyond which the Waaagh gathered in numbers that turned the horizon green. "If the redoubt cannot remain ours, it will become their tomb." Cord's servo arms flexed. "The timing must be exact. A premature reaction will fracture containment before the munitions reach sympathetic detonation. A delayed sequence will permit the Blackstone veins to dampen the breach. Then do not fail." Cord bowed his head. "By the War Master's will." The order passed into the depths. Machine thralls carried warp shells from sealed vaults and stacked them around the Blackstone excavation. Condemned prisoners were welded into control alcoves, so their dying neural impulses could complete damaged activation circuits. Dark Mechanicum adepts painted fresh warding sigils in blood taken from the slave pens. Above them, the defenders assembled. Thousands of Black Legion warriors occupied the walls. Chosen stood behind battlement guns, armor black beneath soot and drying blood. Terminators guarded the inner gates. Havocs established firing nests within towers reinforced to withstand direct artillery strikes. Possessed crouched in chains along the breach corridors, distorted limbs scraping stone, while the entities inside them tasted the approaching violence. Hellbrutes waited in burial pits, their restraint mechanisms unlocked one by one. The warriors entombed within began screaming. Demon engines prowled behind concealed gates. Forge fiends dragged their claws through grooves cut by earlier patrols. Mauler fiends battered their heads against iron shutters. Defilers crouched beneath camouflage plating, battle cannons tracking the movement beyond the walls. Dark apostles walked among the mortal gun crews. They carried censers filled with burning bone. Their sermons rolled through the fortress in iron voices, promising no salvation, only purpose through hatred. Cultists answered from the gun pits. "Death to the false emperor." Their chant echoed through ammunition galleries. "Glory to the War Master." Condemned slaves were dragged into the shield cathedrals and nailed to warding circles. Iron spikes entered hands, feet, thighs, and jaws. Blood ran through channels beneath them, feeding the mechanisms that kept the fortress barriers alive. Some prayed to the Emperor. The Dark Apostles tore out their tongues. Outside the redoubt, the Waaagh gathered. Orks filled the poisoned plains from the fortress walls to the burning horizon. Boys stood shoulder to shoulder around gun wagons, dread mobs, battle wagons, and squiggoth herds. Stompers towered above them. Half-completed gargants rolled forward upon track beds and crude gravitic lifters, their unfinished armor crowded with gun crews. Rukgob watched through magnoculars, built from 3 different Imperial devices. "Big walls," he said. Grugcrack stood beside him atop a mound of destroyed tanks. "Yeah." "Loads of guns?" "Yeah." "Could shoot it for a few days. Let the shield run out." Grugcrack lowered his head, until his one functioning optical lens faced the big mech. Safe don't make you boss. Rukgob considered this. No. Grugcrack raised his power claw toward the redoubt. Straight in. The Waaagh answered with a roar that made the fortress walls tremble. The first assault began without strategy. Boys surged across the plains in a continent-wide charge. Gun wagons fired over them. Rockets climbed into the sky in black clouds. Stompers discharged every weapon they carried, whether aimed or not. The Ebon redoubt opened fire. Defense lasers swept across the horde. One beam carved a burning trench through thousands of orcs. Bodies vanished inside white heat. Armor, flesh and bone became incandescent vapor. The beam continued into a squiggoth, cut through its torso, and left both halves charging for several steps before they collapsed into the boys beneath them. Artillery followed. Shells burst in ordered patterns across the plain. The first barrage shattered the front ranks. The second struck those climbing over them. The third fell upon the mob still gathering beyond the crater line. Hundreds of thousands became fragments. Orc limbs struck the shield barriers and slid down in trails of blood. Heads rolled into minefields. Grots disappeared beneath avalanches of torn green flesh. The horde continued. Heavy bolters filled the approach corridors with explosive fire. Autocannons dismembered knobs. Lascannons struck dread. Engines threw their power cores and turned them into walking furnaces. The boys reached the outer walls. Concealed gates opened. Demon engines came through. Mauler fiends struck the packed orcs like living siege rams. Their claws passed through bodies in handfuls. Tendrils seized boys and tore them apart above the mob, showering the survivors in blood and steaming organs. A defiler entered sideways, bladed legs crushing orcs beneath every step. Its cannon fired at point-blank range. The shell detonated within the horde and filled the air with green mist, armor fragments, and severed teeth. Forge fiends raked the survivors with ectoplasma. Orcs fused to one another. Weapons melted into hands. Bodies collapsed into glowing heaps that screamed until their lungs dissolved. The first assault died against the walls. Its survivors fled only far enough to gather ammunition and return. Grugcrack watched the slaughter. Good fought. Rukgob nodded. Very shooty. Skargrim Sneak Sticker crouched beside a stolen Black Legion command engine. His armor remained stained from the starport. One side of his face had been burned black by fuel fire. He studied the fortress through feeds taken from compromised Auspex relays. The Black Legion had revealed its firing patterns. More importantly, it had revealed what it protected. Shield emitters occupied towers along the northern wall. Ammunition lifts fed the western bastions. Command relays pulsed from hardened positions beneath the central gate. Generator conduits ran through the courtyards behind the outer defenses. Skargrim pointed toward each target. No big charge this time. A knob beside him frowned. Boss said straight in. We is going straight in. Skargrim marked the relay towers. From loads of ways. Storm boys ignited their jump packs before the second assault began. They climbed into the poisoned sky, trailing smoke and burning fuel. Many collided. Others exploded when their engines overloaded. The survivors rose above the walls while the ground horde advanced below. Tunneling machines activated beneath the plain. They had been built from mining drills, transport engines, and the jaws of destroyed demon engines. Their crews possessed no maps precise enough to guide them. Skargrim had compensated by ordering enough tunnels that some would reach useful locations. The second assault struck everywhere. Boys charged the walls again, but gun wagons concentrated fire upon the shield towers. Captured macro shells hammered the emitters. The barrier flickered. Storm boys descended behind the battlements. They landed among ammunition crews, firing sluggers and swinging choppers before the defenders could turn. One struck a gun pit hard enough to shatter both legs, then detonated his remaining fuel among the crew. The tunneling machines erupted inside the fortress courtyards. The first came up beneath a mortal regiment, throwing men, tanks, and broken stone into the air. Orcs poured from its access hatches before the drills stopped turning. Another emerged inside an ammunition lift. The machine fused with the mechanism, blocking shell delivery to the western walls. Boys climbed the lift shaft, while Black Legion defenders fired down upon them. Bodies fell through the darkness, striking those below and carrying them into the depths. A third tunnel opened beneath a command relay. Skargrim's commandos entered through the breach. They cut cables, planted charges, and vanished before Chosen arrived to defend the chamber. The relay exploded. Half the fortress lost central targeting data. Havocs continued firing from memory. Legionaries withdrew from breached positions without panic, killing as they moved. Bolter volleys shattered the leading mobs. Chainsword countercharges cleared corridors before the warriors fell back behind the next blast doors. But the Orks had learned. They no longer crowded every approach. Tankbusters waited for the doors to open. Commandos struck ammunition stores rather than warriors. Stormboys targeted signal towers. Mechs brought force field wagons forward behind corpse piles, thick enough to absorb the first barrages. The Black Legion recognized its own methods in crude reflection. Kiras felt the shields weakening. He descended into the cathedral beneath the central bastion. Millions of captives filled the chamber. They stood chained in concentric rings around the primary shield altar. Men from the labor pits, surviving soldiers of the Ashen Host, prisoners taken from failed rebellions, and slaves too weak to serve at the guns, waited beneath the blades of ritual engines. Dark apostles chanted from iron pulpits. Kairas entered the innermost circle. His wound opened beneath his armor. Green light leaked through the sutures. "The barriers require life," said the chief apostle. "Then spend it." The ritual began. Blades descended. Throats opened across the cathedral in ordered waves. Blood poured into channels cut through the floor. The first channels fed the shield engines. The second formed sigils around the altar. The third disappeared into cracks where no conduit had been built. Millions died. Their screams became pressure. The fortress shields brightened. Orc shells burst against them. Stormboys struck the barrier and burned into black stains before falling in pieces. But something beyond reality noticed the offering. The blood channels began flowing upward. Shadows gathered beneath the cathedral roof. Faces appeared in stone. The nailed slaves along the warding circles turned their heads together, despite broken necks. Kiras saw claws pressing against the veil. "Continue," he ordered. Above the fortress, Zagdaka screamed. The weird boy hung from his copper tower amid the Waaagh. Every death inside the cathedral entered his skull as a taste of iron. Every orc roar struck the power gathering behind his eyes. Green lightning poured from his body. Mindards beat him. It changed nothing. The Waaagh field collided with Kiras's ritual. Black flame erupted from the fortress towers. Green lightning answered from the plain. They met above the walls. Reality tore. Human heads ruptured across the battlements. Gun crews fell with skulls opened from within. Brains splashed across ammunition feeds. Orcs convulsed, muscles swelling until skin split. Some grew strong enough to tear gun emplacements from their mounts before their hearts burst. Demons entered Karadrax. They manifested inside machines, corpses, and weapons. A dead mortal rose with an ammunition crate fused through his torso. Bolt shells protruded from his ribs like teeth. He crawled toward the living while every round inside him screamed. A demon entered a pool of blood and gave it hands. The liquid climbed the walls, pulling men and orcs beneath its surface. Bodies emerged skinned, mouths filled with black fire. A heavy bolter grew jaws around its barrel and bit through its own gunner. A transport opened eyes along its hull and drove itself into a squad of legionaries. Possessed engines tore free from maintenance chains and began eating through bulkheads. Corridors changed shape. Doors opened into chambers that did not exist. Stairways descended and returned to the same landing. Legionaries fought orcs beneath ceilings made from living flesh, only to find the walls iron again when they looked back. Demons attacked both armies. The Black Legion treated them as familiar enemies. The Orcs treated them as new opponents. Neither withdrew. A bloodletter opened an orc from throat to groin. The boy's entrails spilled across the floor. He wrapped them around the demon's sword arm and head-butted it until another greenskin buried a chopper in its skull. A possessed legionary tore through a mob, limbs lengthening into hooked blades. An orc nob seized him around the waist and carried both of them into a furnace shaft. The horror became proof. To the Legion, it proved that the Pantheon watched. To the Orcs, it proved that the fight was worth winning. At the western gate, a new machine came through the smoke. It had once been a demon engine. Rukgob had rebuilt it until its original form could no longer be recognized. Scrap towers rose from its back. Guns covered its ribs. Orc glyphs had been hammered over every binding sigil. Chains held pieces of other engines against its hull. The captured Neverborn screamed through loudspeakers welded into its skull. Grugcrack stood upon its crown. "Dat gate!" he roared. The scrap idol charged. Defense lasers struck it. Armor fell away in molten sheets. Lascannons opened burning holes through its torso. The demon continued forward, because pain no longer carried meaning beneath the orc modifications. Its guns fired into the battlements. Its claws struck the outer gate. Adamantium buckled. The machine hit again. The gate folded inward. The demon engine crossed the threshold and exploded. Fire filled the breach. Scrap, bodies and pieces of screaming spirits struck the inner walls. Grugcrack flew from the machine's crown and crashed into the fortress courtyard amid thousands of boys thrown forward by the blast. He rose from the crater laughing. More orcs poured through behind him. Within the command bastion, Varrock Gal watched the western gate disappear from the tactical display. He drew his demon blade. The weapon whispered the names of everyone it wished to kill. Mordrek Thane, the chosen champion, stepped from the shadows, armor scored from the battles he had crossed alone. Gal pointed toward the breach. "Bring me the war boss's skull." The Ebon Redoubt ceased to possess a front line. It had walls, but the walls were breached. It had gates, but several opened onto corridors that no longer obeyed the fortress plans. It had command hierarchies, but Vox traffic had dissolved beneath scrap code, demonic laughter, and the endless thunder of the Waaagh. War survived in fragments. Black Legion squads held stairwells slick with blood. Havocs fired from ammunition lifts until orcs climbed the cables beneath them. Chosen defended relic vaults with bolters in one hand and chain axes in the other. Terminators stood before gene seed crypts, while rockets struck them at distances too close for the warheads to arm correctly, driving crude metal spikes through plate and flesh by force alone. The corridors became slaughter channels. Bolters detonated inside packed mobs. Flamers filled junctions with burning greenskins, their fat running beneath armor in luminous streams. Orcs charged through the flames, eyes boiled white, hands closing around legionaries before muscles failed. Chain axes met choppers. Power fists reduced skulls to sprays of teeth, brain and green marrow. Power claws closed around black plate and tore ancient warriors from their armor in sections. One legionary lost both legs and continued firing from the floor until a knob stamped upon his chest, crushing the fused ribcage and the twin hearts beneath it. Neither army could maneuver. They could only kill whatever occupied the next arm's length of space. Mordrek Thane moved through the command citadel alone. Blood covered his armor to the knees. Some of it belonged to orcs. Some belonged to legionaries he had found too wounded to continue. He had taken their ammunition, broken their necks, and left their bodies to delay the greenskins behind him. His demon axe whispered directions, not words, hunger. It pulled toward the greatest concentration of violence in the fortress. Thane followed. The war boss had passed through the Hall of Oaths. 3 legionaries lay outside it. One had been bitten through the throat. Another had been folded backward over a stone balustrade until his spine broke through the abdomen. The third remained inside his Terminator plate, though the armor had been crushed narrow enough to resemble a sarcophagus. Beyond them, a bulkhead had been torn from its frame. Thane entered the passage. A squad of Chosen waited on the far side, reloading amid orc corpses. Their champion raised a bloody power maul. "Lord Thane, we will accompany you." "No. The war boss has a bodyguard. So did every king whose skull decorates this fortress. The citadel is collapsing. You require—" Thane's axe turned in his hands. The Chosen fell silent. "This is Legion honor," Thane said. "The beast made mockery of our spearhead. It used my brothers as bait and sent their deaths across our command frequencies. Its skull belongs to me." The champion glanced toward the broken passage. "Varrak Gal ordered proof of death. I will bring it." Thane continued before they could answer. Behind him, Orks reached the stairwell. The Chosen turned to meet them. Kyrus the Ashen waited within the astropathic vault. The relay moon was dead, but the vault still contained campaign archives, sealed memory engines, and fragments of psychic communication gathered before the network collapsed. Black data crypts rose around him in concentric tiers. Flames climbed several of them, fed by ruptured oils and the bodies of dead scribes. The air tasted of copper. Kyrus stood within a circle cut into the floor. His drill wound had opened again. Blood ran beneath his armor and gathered around one boot. He could feel the Waaagh inside the fortress. It moved through the stone like pressure through a skull. Something else moved with it. Kunin, a narrow mind sharpened by cruelty. Kyrus turned toward the western archway. The warding sigils remained unbroken. No alarm had sounded. The archway opened. Skargrim Sneaksticker entered wearing a strip of black ceramite across his chest. Upon it had been cut the Eye of Horus and the command sigils stolen from dead legionaries. Crude wires connected the plate to a captured authentication engine strapped across his back. The wards read the symbols. They allowed him through. Commandos entered behind him. Some wore stolen Legion Vox units. Others carried null field housings, sonic charges and explosives taken from the shield cathedrals. Their armor had been painted black beneath layers of blood. Kyrus regarded them without surprise. "You learned." Skargrim bared his tusks. "That's what happens when you keep showing us tricks." Warp fire gathered around the sorcerer's hands. The commandos fired. Slugs and rockets crossed the vault. Kyrus raised one gauntlet. The projectiles stopped in the air. Metal softened, stretched, and became screaming faces. He closed his fist. The ammunition reversed direction. Commandos vanished beneath their own fire. One Ork's chest opened from within as 3 slugs emerged through his breastbone. A rocket entered another through the mouth and detonated inside his abdomen, blowing the upper half of his body across the data crypts. Skargrim threw himself behind a burning archive stack. "Quiet boxes!" The null field generators activated. Reality hardened. The warp fire around Kyrus collapsed. Shadows snapped back into place. The faces moving through the walls became stone again. The sorcerer staggered, but did not fall. He had fought within null fields before. He drew a force blade. A commando charged him with a cleaver. Kyrus stepped inside the blow and drove the blade through the Ork's eye. Psychic energy traveled along the weapon despite the suppressive field. The commando's skull expanded. Bone split. Green flame burst from the wound and consumed the head from within. Another Ork struck Kyrus across the back with a power maul. The blow cracked armor. Kyrus turned and spoke a word that tasted of ash. The Ork's flesh fused. Its arms melted into its torso. Its jaw joined its chest. Legs became one swelling mass of muscle and bone. The creature toppled, screaming through nostrils that had migrated into its neck. 2 more commandos shared the same fate. Their bodies flowed together where they stood, ribs knitting through armor, hands emerging from one another's mouths. They rolled across the floor as a single shrieking knot until Kyrus burned them into cinders. Skargrim reached the psychic amplifiers. The machines formed a ring around the central archive core, each one built to strengthen astropathic transmission through pain. Captive minds had once been wired into their thrones. Now the thrones stood empty. Skargrim fixed charges to the amplifiers. Kairos saw him. No. The sorcerer released his restraint. Warp fire filled the vault. The null generators burst. Commandos became pillars of black flame. Flesh stripped from their bones in sheets. Skeletons remained standing for a moment, weapons still clenched in finger bones, before collapsing into ash. Skargrim triggered the charges. The amplifiers detonated at point-blank range. Psychic force struck the chamber without sound. The burning data crypts bowed outward. Stone rippled. Every corpse cast a shadow that remained scorched into the walls after the bodies vanished. Kairos was lifted from the floor. His armor cracked along the chest and spine. The blast entered his skull through the eye lenses. He saw the Waaagh from within. Billions of minds, each simple alone, together forming something vast enough to claw at fate. He saw Karadrax drowning beneath green bodies. He saw black ships fleeing. He saw a throne in darkness, and eyes opening far away. Then Skargrim drove a blade beneath his breastplate. Kairos looked down. The commando had lost one arm. Half his face had burned away. One eye hung against his cheek upon a cord of tissue. Still he grinned. "Gotcha!" Kairos seized him by the throat. The sorcerer's final power entered the Ork. Skargrim's armor glowed from within. Ribs became visible through flesh. His remaining eye burned white. The floor beneath them split as black fire erupted upward. The surviving commandos died screaming. Kairos burned with them. His body became a silhouette inside the flame, then ash sealed within cracked armor. The force blade fell from his hand and buried itself point first in the floor. Skargrim landed beyond the circle. He should have been dead. His chest had opened. One lung protruded between broken ribs. Blood filled his remaining eye. Every breath escaped through holes in his side. He crawled toward a stolen transmitter. The device had been fixed to his belt. His fingers left dark smears across its controls. The arsenal map appeared upon the screen. Skargrim opened the channel linked to Rookgob's receivers. Found the deep bit. He transmitted every route, gate, ward chamber and maintenance shaft within the Ebon Redoubt. Then he rolled onto his back. Above him, the permanent shadows of his commandos burned upon the walls. Skargrim looked at them and laughed once. The sound ended in blood. Draxil Cord reached the self-destruction nexus, while the outer fortress died. The chamber surrounded the unfinished Blackstone weapon. Dark veins rose through smoke, absorbing light and sound. Warp-reactive shells moved along loading rails toward the central reactor, each warhead bound with chains and marked by warnings cut in High Gothic, Chthonian, and the secret cant of the Dark Mechanicum. Machine thralls operated the controls. They died as they worked. Unstable energy passed through cranial sockets and burned brains inside skulls. Some continued moving after their flesh caught fire, limbs obeying the final command impulses trapped in their implants. Cord watched the detonation sequence awaken. One rune at a time. The resulting breach would consume him. He accepted this. His name had been mocked by Orks. His engines had been stolen, repainted and driven without the rights upon which he had built centuries of mastery. If he annihilated the Waaagh, none of that would matter. The gods remembered endings. The War Master remembered results. A machine thrall turned from its station. Foreign access, it said. The words ended when a gravitic pulse crushed its torso into the console. Rookgob's mechs poured into the nexus. They came through maintenance shafts marked upon Skargrim's transmitted map. Grav weapons distorted the air. Cutting torches burned through warding rails. Meganobs dragged captured demon engines behind them upon chains. Rookgob entered last. His iron jaw opened when he saw the Blackstone veins. "That looks expensive." Cord extended every weapon. "You understand nothing before you." Rookgob raised a grav pistol. "Don't need to understand it to nick it." They fired together. Cord's plasma cutter opened a mech from throat to pelvis. The body divided around the beam, organs boiling as they struck the floor. A servo arm seized a grot and tore him lengthwise, spraying the control shrine with blood. Mechadendrites stabbed in every direction. One entered a knob through the mouth and emerged from the back of the skull. Another coiled around an orc's leg, lifted him, and beat 3 mechs to death with his body. Grav pulses struck Cord. His armor became impossibly heavy. The floor cracked beneath his boots. Servo joints screamed. He answered by releasing a command burst into the captured demon engines. One recognized him. It turned upon the orcs and bit a meganob in half. The others did not. Rookgob struck a brass control box fixed to his harness. In orbit, the scrap code corrupted demon core opened itself. Its signal entered the nexus. Cord's command lattice filled with laughter. His mechadendrites stopped. The warpsmith attempted an override. They moved without him. The first punctured his thigh plate and entered the muscle beneath. The second drove through his abdomen. A servo arm folded backward and crushed one shoulder, forcing armor and bone into his chest cavity. Cord roared in machine cant. His own limbs dragged him toward the reactor assembly. "You are mine," the demon core answered through every speaker. "No maker." A mechadendrite entered beneath Cord's jaw and emerged through the crown of his helm. Another hooked into his spine. The machines pulled. Armor tore open. Cables ripped from flesh. Black blood and oil sprayed across the loading rails. Cord struck at his own limbs until a servo arm caught his wrist and broke the forearm backward. Rookgob watched the warpsmith disappear into the reactor mechanism. Metal gears closed around him. They drew Cord inward by increments, pulping legs, pelvis and torso between turning components. His screams continued through the noosphere after his body had become grease upon the teeth. The detonation sequence reached its final count. Rookgob looked at the flashing controls. "Dat means bad." A grot nodded rapidly. "Very bad, boss." "Turn it off." "How?" Rookgob ripped a bank of cables from the wall. The sequence stopped with only heartbeats remaining. The black stone veins became silent. Rookgob stared at the dead display. Fixed it. He had no idea what he had prevented. In the trophy hall, Mordric Thane found Grugcrack waiting. The chamber held relics taken across 10,000 years. Imperial banners hung in tatters. Broken suits of loyalist armor stood upon iron plinths. Skulls of champions, Xeno's warlords and false saints watched from alcoves. Grugcrack stood beneath a cracked statue of the Warmaster. His mega armor had been torn open in places. One optical lens remained dead. Blood ran from wounds across his neck and shoulder. Boys crowded the hall behind him. Thane entered alone. Grugcrack raised his claw. "Out!" the boys protested. The warboss crushed the nearest one's skull. The others left. Thane looked toward them. "You send away your shield." Grugcrack bared broken tusks. "Don't need one." They charged. The demon axe struck first. It opened Grugcrack's shoulder plate and severed layers of armor beneath. Black flame entered the wound. The warboss answered with his claw, catching Thane's left arm at the elbow. The power field closed. Ceramite broke. Bone crushed. Thane tore himself free, leaving the lower arm inside the claw. He did not cry out. He drove the axe into Grugcrack's chest. The blade descended from shoulder to abdomen, opening armor and flesh in one black wound. Organs showed beneath the split muscle. The warboss staggered backward, blood flooding across his belly. Thane advanced. Grugcrack swung wildly. The claw struck Thane's breastplate. Armor collapsed inward. Fused ribs broke. The claw tore free, carrying black ceramite, pale bone, and sections of secondary lung. Thane fell to one knee, then rose. His axe entered Grugcrack's side again. The warboss crashed against the statue. He sagged, his head lowered. Thane stood over him, one arm gone, chest open, blood pouring from his armor. "You were never worthy of the Warmaster's attention." Grugcrack collapsed. Thane stepped closer to take the head. A hatch opened within the warboss's back armor. A grot stared out from the cramped cavity. He held a stolen melter charge. "Gotcha!" The blast struck Thane's damaged torso. Heat consumed armor, organs, and spine. The chosen champion remained upright for one impossible moment, body burning from within. Grugcrack rose. His collapse had been feigned. He stamped upon Thane's helm. The first impact cracked it. The second flattened skull and face together. The third drove the remains into the marble floor. Grugcrack tore the demon axe from his own wound and lifted it above his head. The weapon screamed in refusal. The war boss laughed. Waaagh entered the hall as the fortress alarms changed tone. He saw Thane's body beneath the war boss's boot. He saw the stolen axe. Gal activated the final protocol. Across the Ebon Redoubt, every surviving Black Legion warrior received his order. Abandon the stores. Overload all weapons. Fight toward the evacuation vaults. Deny the enemy everything. Reactors destabilized. Ammunition lifts reversed. Demon cages opened. The fortress began tearing itself apart. Gal drew his blade. Grugcrack turned toward him across the ruined trophy hall. Around them, the Ebon Redoubt burned. The trophy hall died around them. Fire climbed banners carried through 10,000 years of war. Imperial standards blackened upon the walls, their embroidered victories curling into ash. Armor-glass reliquaries split beneath the fortress tremors, spilling weapons, skulls and relics across a floor, drowned in blood. Waaagh advanced through the destruction. Grugcrack Skullcrumper came to meet him. The Ork wore ruin like a crown. His mega armor had been opened from shoulder to abdomen by Mordrek Thane's demon axe. Blood filled the rents in the plate. One optical lens hung dead within its housing. Exposed cables writhed across his chest, sparking against flesh blackened by fire. He held Thane's axe in his remaining hand. The weapon hated him. Black flame crawled along its edge and bit into the war boss's gauntlet. Faces formed within the metal, mouths stretched in soundless fury. Grugcrack tightened his grip until the haft creaked. "Good chopper," he said. Gal's demon blade slid free of its sheath. It was narrow compared with the Ork weapon, shaped for murder rather than display. Darkness gathered along its edge. The blade whispered in Chthonian, offering the names of every living thing within the fortress. Gal ignored it. He had commanded worse things. The Ebon Redoubt shook as overloaded reactors tore themselves apart. Somewhere beneath the trophy hall, ammunition magazines detonated in sequence. The floor rose beneath them, then fell again. Statues toppled from their plinths. A marble likeness of Horus Lupercal struck the ground between the combatants and shattered from crown to breastbone. Neither looked toward it. Grugcrack charged first. His armored mass crossed the hall with the force of a tank. Thane's axe came down in a two-handed blow that would have divided a dreadnought. Gal moved aside. The axe struck the floor. Stone burst upward. Before Grugcrack could recover, Gal's blade entered beneath his damaged shoulder guard. The demon weapon passed through armor, muscle, and tendon. Black blood spilled across the Chaos Lord's gauntlet. Gal turned the blade. The war boss roared. His return strike tore through a relic case containing the skulls of 3 Imperial saints. Armor glass exploded. Bone fragments filled the air. Gal ducked beneath the swing and cut across Grugcrack's face. The surviving optical lens burst. The blade continued through helmet plate and entered the eye beneath. Grugcrack reeled backward, one hand clawing at his face. Blood poured between his fingers in a thick stream. The ruined eye hung from the socket, severed nerves trembling against his cheek. Gal stepped in. His next strike cut through the outer pincers of the war boss's power claw. Metal screamed. One serrated jaw fell to the floor, still crackling with energy. Grugcrack swung the damaged weapon blindly. Gal slipped outside the arc and drove his blade through the elbow coupling. The sword pierced armor and emerged from the opposite side, surrounded by boiling blood. The war boss struck him with his shoulder. The impact hurled Gal across the hall. He hit a display of captured loyalist battle plate. Ancient ceramite shattered beneath his weight. Warning sigils flared across his vision. His armor compensated before he landed, locking damaged joints and feeding stimulants into his blood. Grugcrack came through the wreckage. Gal rose into him. His blade cut once across the abdomen, widening Thane's wound. A second strike entered beneath the ribs. The point passed through a lung and stopped against the warboss's spine. Grugcrack coughed blood across Gal's helm. His tusks showed through it. "Dat all!" Gal tore the sword free. The wound should have killed anything made from mortal flesh. It should have emptied the body of strength, collapsed the organs, and drowned the brain in pain. Grugcrack laughed. The sound joined the Waaagh roaring through the redoubt. It came through broken vox systems, through conduits and ruptured walls. Billions of Orks across Karadrax bellowed in triumph as they flooded the last fortress. The collective cry entered Grugcrack like blood entering a heart. His back straightened. The wounds remained open, but his body refused their meaning. Gal attacked again. Every movement was exact. He cut tendons rather than armor. He struck exposed joints, damaged seals, and the vulnerable connections between crude plates. He did not waste strength attempting to overpower the warboss. He bled him, blinded him, and dismantled the machine around his body. Grugcrack answered with violence broad enough to destroy everything nearby. Thane's axe demolished trophy plinths. The broken claw tore a suit of Terminator plate from its stand and crushed it into black fragments. One swing missed Gal and passed through a column, showering them both in stone. "You conquered nothing," Gal said. His blade opened the warboss's thigh to the bone. "You merely survived our departure." Grugcrack staggered. Then he reached into the exposed wall and tore out a structural support. Metal screamed as it came free. The ceiling above the western gallery collapsed. Gal looked up. Grugcrack swung the support like a club. It struck the Chaos Lord across the chest and drove him backward into the falling debris. Masonry and machinery crashed around him. A loading crane broke from the ceiling and buried the place where he fell. Grugcrack spat blood onto the rubble. "Whoever's still standing owns it." The debris moved. Gal rose beneath the crane. His armor servos howled. One shoulder plate had been torn away. Blood ran from a crack across his breastplate, but his stance remained perfect. The Chaos Lord stepped from the wreckage and raised his blade. "Then you own only the moment before your death." He crossed the distance before Grugcrack could lift the stolen axe. The demon sword struck 3 times. The first severed armor cables across the warboss's chest. The second entered the exposed lung. The third passed through the throat. Blood erupted beneath Grugcrack's jaw. The warboss fell against the trophy hall steps. Gal placed one boot upon his chest and raised the blade for the killing stroke. The demon within the weapon sensed the breach below. The self-destruction sequence had stopped, but the warp-reactive ammunition was already destabilizing. Reality had thinned around the Blackstone weapon. Beyond the veil waited an ocean of hunger. The blade turned in Gal's grip. Not far. A fraction. For a warrior of the Long War, a fraction was an eternity. "Obey," Gal commanded. The demon pulled toward the coming breach. Its edge curved away from Grugcrack's throat. Gal tightened his grasp. The struggle lasted less than a heartbeat. It was enough. Grugcrack's damaged claw closed around Gal's sword arm. The remaining pincer crushed ceramite, bone, and weapon hilt together. Gal's forearm folded. The blade fell. Grugcrack surged upward, blood pouring from every wound. Thane's axe entered Gal beneath the breastplate. Its edge passed through armor, abdominal organs, and spine. Black flame erupted from the wound as the demon weapon recognized Legion blood. Gal's boots left the floor. Grugcrack lifted him upon the axe and drove him against the trophy hall steps. The first impact broke armor across his back. The second crushed the remains of his sword arm beneath him. The third drove fragments of stone through the joints of his plate. Gal struck at the warboss with his free fist. His gauntlet broke one tusk and opened the orc's mouth to the cheek. Grugcrack hammered him down again. The hall steps split. Gal's helm came loose. The face beneath was old, scarred and pale, more corpse than man. Blood filled his mouth. He looked up at the orc and tried to speak. "You will learn what it means to draw the gaze of the War Master." Grugcrack leaned close. Hope he's bigger than you. His jaws closed around Gaal's exposed throat. Tusks punched through flesh. Teeth broke vertebrae. Grugcrack tore his head backward, ripping away muscle, armor cables, and a section of spine. Blood struck the war boss across the face. Gaal's body convulsed upon the steps. Grugcrack bit again and tore the throat open to the chest. The Chaos Lord's final curse became a wet breath beneath the roar of the Waaagh. Across the Ebon Redoubt, the Black Legion withdrew without panic. They did not flee. Chosen sealed corridors behind them with melter charges. Havocs fired from collapsing towers until their ammunition was gone, then overloaded Lascannon power cells and waited for the Orks to reach them. Terminators stood before teleport chambers, while gene seed caskets and relic vaults vanished in flashes of black light. Every withdrawal was paid for in bodies. At the southern transfer gate, a squad of legionaries held against a mob large enough to fill the corridor from wall to wall. Bolter fire turned the leading ranks into mounds of flesh. The Orks climbed them. When the last magazine ran dry, the Legion champion locked his armor reactor into terminal overload. "Let the vermin choke upon us," he said. His brothers formed around him. The boys struck. The reactor detonated. Black ceramite, green bodies, and molten corridor plating became one expanding storm. Within the gene seed crypts, surviving Chosen activated short-range teleport beacons. Caskets disappeared first, then command archives, then weapons judged too dangerous to abandon. Not all escaped. Warp interference scattered several transmissions. One relic vault materialized inside solid bedrock. Another vanished without reappearing. Screams came through the teleportarium channels from warriors arriving somewhere that possessed neither air nor recognizable reality. The survivors continued. Surrender did not exist within their order of battle. Deep beneath the fortress, Rukgob ran between reactor controls, striking anything that flashed red. Mechs followed, dragging cables from walls and replacing them with wires pulled from captured vehicles. Grots climbed across machinery, hot enough to cook them inside their armor. Some burst into flame. Others reached the controls and hammered Ork glyph plates over warning sigils. "This one's gonna blow," shouted a mech. "Turn it off." "Which bit?" "All da bits." Rukgob tore open a reactor panel. Inside, bound machine spirits screamed through brass mouths. He drove a stolen command spike into the largest one and connected it to the scrap-code demon core in orbit. The reactor changed pitch. One warning rune died, then another. Across the arsenal, containment fields stabilized unevenly. Some ammunition magazines exploded, destroying entire subterranean districts. Others survived. Fuel cisterns ruptured but did not ignite. Demon cages failed, releasing entities into corridors already packed with Orks. Rukgob saved enough. Vast stores remained beneath the redoubt. Thousands of tanks, millions of tons of shells, void ship engines, plasma coils, macro cannon components, and armor plate. Demon weapons slept inside sealed coffers. Captured artillery waited upon loading rails. The unfinished Blackstone weapon remained silent in its excavation, surrounded by Orks who had no idea what it was and wanted it because the enemy had guarded it. The Waaagh had paid billions of lives for Karadrax. It ended the battle wealthier than when it began. The final Black Legion vessels climbed away from the planet beneath captured fire. Macro cannons thundered from the surface. Defense stations discharged green beams through the debris field. Ork attack craft pursued the retreating ships, engines burning until they exploded. Several transports died before reaching translation distance. One carried mortal technical cadres. A macro shell passed through its center and opened both halves to the void. Men, servitors, and machinery spilled into space together. Another transport carried relic ammunition. Ork rockets crippled its engines. The captain drove the vessel into a captured station rather than permit boarding. The resulting fire spread across the orbital ring. The remaining cruisers sacrificed escorts one by one. Frigates crossed firing lanes and vanished beneath lance strikes. A defense monitor rammed an Ork gun platform, destroying both. Behind their deaths, the malice unbound and the wounded oath of ash reached the edge of the system. Warp engines awakened. Reality opened. The Black Legion ships fled Karadrax. Before translation, the Master of Signals aboard the Malice Unbound transmitted one final encrypted message. It crossed the Empyrean through channels purchased with sacrifices. Far away, aboard the Vengeful Spirit, the message entered the War Master's command archive. Karadrax had fallen. Varrock Gal was dead. The central arsenal remained partially intact. The Greenskins possessed weapons intended for the Black Legion. No reply came. None was required. Grugcrack survived because Doc Gutzpiller refused to let him die. The Painboy replaced crushed ribs with armor struts and bolted a reactor-assisted brace along the warboss's spine. One lung was removed and replaced with a pressure pump taken from a flamer. A plate of black ceramite covered the ruined eye socket. Gutzpiller attempted to fit a gun inside it. Grugcrack awoke before the procedure was complete and bit off 2 of the Painboy's fingers. Doc Gutzpiller took this as proof of recovery. Days later, the warboss climbed to the summit of the shattered Eben Redoubt. Orks filled the ruins below. They covered the fortress walls, wrecked tanks, artillery fields, and mountains of dead. Black Legion banners burned in scrap fires. The Eye of Horus had been torn from the citadel and fixed upside down beneath Grugcrack's personal glyph. The warboss raised Thane's demon axe. The blade still whispered hatred. Grugcrack liked it more each time it tried to kill him. "This world needs a proper name," the Horde roared agreement. Grugcrack spread his arms toward the burning continents. "Da world what beat da black boys." The Waaagh repeated the name until the ruins shook. Rukgob began rebuilding before the echoes faded. Manufactoria became Gargant yards. Orbital elevators carried scrap toward ship foundries. Ammunition presses resumed operation beneath mech supervision, producing shells that varied in size, shape, and likelihood of exploding inside their own weapons. Squig farms spread through former labor districts. Captured demon engines received new paint, larger guns, and crude control thrones. Some obeyed. Others ate their crews. Rukgob considered both outcomes useful. Surviving slaves were divided according to Ork need. The strong entered labor gangs. The weak went to eating pens. Prisoners judged lucky were sent into minefields. Those judged interesting were delivered to Doc Gutzpiller's laboratories, where screams continued through every planetary rotation. Spores spread across all 6 continents. Fungal forests grew between dead manufactoria. Grots infested ventilation systems. Squigs bred inside ration vats, contaminated with human remains. Fresh mobs emerged from regions where no Ork lander had ever touched ground. Signals left Karadrax. They crossed neighboring systems as crude challenges, promises of weapons, and shouted declarations that Grugcrack had beaten the black-armored Humies upon their own world. Greenskins answered. More ships came. More boys came. More bosses arrived to kneel, fight, or die. Above the ruined redoubt, the first new kill cruisers rose from captured docks. Their hulls wore black and gold beneath red glyphs. Their guns had been loaded with shells, manufactured for Abaddon's future crusades. Upon the plain, where the Eben Redoubt's western wall had once stood, an immense gargant awakened. Its armor had been built from fortress plating, wrecked titans, and the remains of Black Legion void ships. The Eye of Horus covered its chest, crudely altered into an Ork glyph. Demon engines screamed from inside its limbs. Macro cannons turned toward the heavens. The gargant took its first step. The ground broke beneath it. Grugcrack stood upon its crown, half metal, half scar, and entirely alive. He pointed Thane's axe toward the stars. "This world was just a supply pile." The Waaagh fell silent enough to hear him. "Now we goes looking for the boss what owned it." The guns fired in celebration. Karadrax burned beneath the birth of a greater war.